Chapter 23-24. Admit Defeat. The disciple named by Sha Lang from the Great River Peak was very decisive. He expressionlessly spat out these two words. Even though the surrounding disciples were looking at him with disdain, he didn't care. Instead, he fiercely glared back at them. 3 of them. There were only 10 inner disciples left from the Great River Peak. Cheers erupted from the missing Moon Peak because they were certain that the missing Moon Peak would be able to enter the top 10. When the time came, they would be able to enjoy a living spirit vein. Therefore, the way they looked at Ning Qi became extremely respectful. Even Ing Zhenxuan couldn't be looked at with such eyes. Ing Zhenxuan didn't care about this. She was very happy like Fan Xing and the others. Her palms were even sweating. She had waited for the missing Moon Peak to rise for a very long time and had put in a lot of effort. This time, she was finally going to get what she wanted. Next should be the missing Moon Peak against the Great River Peak, right? The crowd guessed in their hearts as they stared at the urn. Whoosh whoosh. 2 jade tokens flew out from the urn. As expected, it was the missing Moon Peak against the Great River Peak again. Admit defeat. When the Great River Peak saw this result, an inner disciple did not wait for Sha Lang to point at him. When he saw Sha Lang's gaze fall on him, he said decisively. On the other side of the high platform, Feng Lin, Xian Guang, and the others did not make a sound, but the other disciples began to discuss in low voices. Although their voices were soft, the more than 300,000 mystic sword sect disciples present could hear it clearly. Everyone from the Dajiang Peak, including Sha Lang, had ugly expressions on their faces. Not only did they embarrass themselves within the sect, they were also looked down upon by the people from the outer sect. Subsequently, the Great River Peak encountered the same predicament as the Golden Sun Peak. Voices of people admitting defeat rang out incessantly, and very quickly, only Yuan Long and Su Zhangxin remained amongst the inner sect disciples. These two were the strongest existences amongst the Great River Peak's inner sect disciples, and that was why they were the last to fight. Sha Lang had always hoped that they could get rid of this predicament and not face the missing Moon Peak again. This way, with Su Zhangxin and Yuan Long, they might have a chance to enter the top 10. Whoosh whoosh. 2 jade tokens flew out from the urn. It was the Great River Peak and the missing Moon Peak again. A commotion broke out in the arena. Dajiang Peak is going to be annihilated. He lost to Ning Beixian again. Isn't it Dan Peak's turn now? Do you think Su Zhangxin and Yuan Long will admit defeat just like that? The two of them were defeated by Ning Beixian before. What else can they do other than admit defeat? I admit defeat. Su Changxin stood up first and said calmly. When the outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples of Dajiang Peak saw what happened, their expressions turned ugly. They stared at Ning Qi in the valley with hatred in their eyes. Because of Ning Qi, they had suffered unprecedented humiliation at Dajiang Peak. He had completely lost face in front of the Crimson Thunder Pavilion, Star Moon School, and the other geniuses of the 8 major sects. When the disciples of Golden Sun Peak saw this, their faces were filled with fear. They felt somewhat resentful in their hearts. Fortunately, they had only encountered the missing Moon Peak during the outer disciple competition. Otherwise, they would have been the ones to lose face this time. Jiang Kun clenched his fists and stared at Yi Rulong. What did you do? I didn't do anything. It's none of my business. Yi Rulong said calmly. How could Jiang Kun believe that? However, he couldn't find any evidence that Yi Rulong had done anything. Moreover, Ancestor Xuanjian's attitude was a little strange. Therefore, Jiang Kun didn't dare to act recklessly. This time, he might have to suffer in silence. After Su Zhangxin admitted defeat, another 2 jade pendants flew out. The crowd knew which 2 pendants they were without looking. The armrest in Sha Lang's hand was crushed into powder. Golden Sun Peak versus Missing Moon Peak. Junior brother Ning, show mercy. Show some respect to Dajiang Peak. To everyone's surprise, Yuan Long didn't choose to admit defeat. Instead, he flew into the arena and stood opposite Ning Qi with a sloppy smile on his face. Finally, someone who dares to fight. Feng Lin, Xian Guang, and the rest looked up in anticipation. Now, they finally had the chance to observe Ning Qi's background. All right. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Yuan Long's heart relaxed. Just as Ning Qi was walking towards him, he suddenly waved his hand. A plume of black smoke gushed out from his palm and turned into a giant black dragon. It roared and pressed down on Ning Qi. Wherever the black dragon passed, everything turned yellow, as if it had lost its original vitality. The surrounding celestial qi shook violently, as if it was assimilated by the dragon formed by the black smoke. Devoured. Is this poison technique? An inner disciple of the Xianjian sect is using poison. The expressions of Feng Lin, Xian Guang and the others changed slightly. Their eyes revealed a faint look of mockery. When Jiang Kuan saw this, he subconsciously stood up. After that, he sat back down. His expression fluctuated a few times. In the end, he looked at Ning Qi. If Yuan Long could defeat Ning Qi with poison, then everything would be fine. If he couldn't suppress his opponent, then he would just throw Dajiang Peak's face onto the ground and step on it. Senior brother Ning, be careful. Damn it. Shameless bastard. Fan Xing and the rest were shocked. They couldn't help but stand up. All the disciples who were sweeping the floor also cursed in their hearts. All right. Senior brother Yuan Long has a chance. Lu He and Bai Jing, who had been silent, couldn't help but look at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Everyone thought that this black smoke was the condensation of some kind of high-grade poison, but to Ning Qi it wasn't that simple. Demonic qi? Where did this person get demonic qi from? Ning Qi's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. His current advancement mission required him to raise his demonic cultivation to the full cycle of human-demon within 100 years. Only then could he advance to the Earth Immortal realm. He was just worried that he couldn't find a place to cultivate demonic qi in the celestial realm, but he didn't expect that a small inner disciple like Yuan Long would have demonic qi in his hands. Ha ha, Ning Beixian, you didn't expect this, right? This ancient demon poison will kill you upon contact. No matter how hard your fist is, you should at least disperse it. Yuan Long couldn't help but laugh. His eyes were filled with pride. He didn't care what others thought of him at all. To him, as long as he could suppress Ning Qi today, even if he was punished by Jiang Kuan, it didn't matter. So it's the ancient demon poison. That's right, why didn't I think of it? Li Zhangtong, Jiu Jian, and the rest had a look of realization in their eyes. Ning Qi's fist might be strong, but his cultivation was very low. The dragon formed by the black smoke was able to devour all the immortal qi in the surroundings. It was obvious that a mere human immortal would not be able to suppress this dragon. If he couldn't even touch it, wouldn't it be Ning Qi's nemesis? Ning Beixian is dead for sure. Everyone looked at Ning Qi happily. Ingzhen Xuan and the rest were extremely worried. Chapter 23-25. Yuan Long's laughter came to an abrupt halt as he stared at Ning Qi in disbelief. How was this possible? Many cultivators on the ancestral star had lost their lives to the ancient demon's poison. Even golden immortals would not dare to provoke some of the more powerful ancient demon's poison. How did he swallow it in one gulp? Was this a smokescreen? Or? Everyone stared at Ning Qi in disbelief. Even Yi Tian, a heavenly immortal, could not believe what he had just seen. Ingzhen Xuan heaved a long sigh of relief as a hint of joy flashed across her face. The tense hearts of Fan Xing and the others immediately relaxed. This lad just swallowed the ancient demon's poison in one gulp? Li Zhangtong could not help but look at Yan Feiwu and Yang Xiaolong, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him. The two of them nodded silently as the shock in their eyes was comparable to Li Zhangtong's. The way the peak masters and elders looked at Ning Qi had undergone a drastic change. Initially, Ning Qi was just someone who had some fortuitous encounter with a strong combat power and a strange temper. But now, things were different. Many of them had personally experienced how powerful the ancient demon's poison was. Even they did not dare to provoke or touch it casually. Yet, this lad could swallow the black dragon transformed from the ancient demon's poison in one gulp and seemed completely fine. How strong must his body be to be able to do that? This lad has a special physique? Immune to all poisons? Feng Lin and Xian Guang looked at Ning Qi solemnly. Pei Yong and the rest, who had been watching from the corner, felt the same way. Anything else? Ning Qi moved slightly and appeared in front of Yuan Long as he chuckled. I admit Yuan Long panicked and was about to admit defeat, but in the next moment, Ning Qi's palm landed on his head, and with a bang Yuan Long was smashed to the ground. Anything else? Ning Qi smiled. Junior brother Ning, this is a misunderstanding. Listen to me. Yuan Long lifted his head with difficulty. As he spoke, his eyes rolled. Just as he was about to shout that he admitted defeat, Ning Qi's foot landed on his head again. Boom! Blood flowed out of Yuan Long's eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth. Yuan Long could only feel the scenery in front of him slowly becoming blurry. He finally knew that as long as he was prepared to admit defeat, Ning Qi would stop him. Anything else? Ning Qi's voice resounded above Yuan Long. Yuan Long thought that Ning Qi was angry because he had used the ancient demon's poison, so he kept asking him if he had it. That's all. That's it. Yuan Long quickly waved his hand. Then, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck as Ning Qi lifted him up. Ning Qi looked at Yuan Long seriously. Anything else? There's really nothing else. Yuan Long put on a long face. Ning Qi nodded and threw him heavily to the ground. Everyone heard a bang and a small mushroom cloud rose from the ground. With Ning Qi at the center, cracks appeared on the ground, spreading in all directions. From this, it could be seen how much strength Ning Qi had used just now. Sharon's expression slightly changed, because he discovered that Yuan Long's aura was constantly falling. Soon, he fell from the Earth Immortal full circle to the Earth Immortal late stage. Ning Qi squatted beside Yuan Long's head and asked in a low voice, Anything else? No. I really don't. What do I have to do to make you believe me? I admit, bang, bang, bang. Yuan Long was like a rag doll, dancing in Ning Qi's hand. Every time he smashed onto the ground, Yuan Long's qi would drop by a notch. Very soon, he couldn't even maintain his late Earth Immortal realm, dropping to the intermediate Earth Immortal realm. At this point, Yuan Long still hadn't fainted. He had fallen into extreme despair and endless hatred towards Ning Qi. This kid's strength is very, very strong. Feng Lin, Xian Guang and the rest looked at each other and saw a trace of shock in each other's eyes. A mere Earth Immortal in the Great Perfection stage actually had the strength to crush a Earth Immortal in the Great Perfection stage. He's not even afraid of the ancient demon's poison. I guess there's a special bloodline flowing in his body, someone said with a solemn expression. Then, he took a glance at Feng Lin and Xian Guang because the royal family of the Feng Lin province had a special bloodline flowing in their bodies, the blood of the ancestral dragon. Therefore, when the royal family of the Feng Lin province cultivated, they would have an extraordinary comprehension and affinity towards yang attribute skills. What do you guys think? If we make a move, can we defeat this kid? It's hard to say. Jiang Kuan's face was livid. Every time Ning Qi hit Yuan Long, it was equivalent to trampling on the face of Dajiang Peak. Again and again. 10 minutes later, Ning Qi finally stopped. Yuan Long had fallen into a coma and his cultivation was at the Earth Immortal early stage. There was a risk that he would drop to the human immortal realm. Phew, Su Zhangxin and the others heaved a long sigh of relief in their hearts when they saw Ning Qi stop. Sha Lang immediately moved and personally picked Yuan Long up. When he returned to his seat, he intentionally glanced at Ning Qi with undisguised dense killing intent in his eyes. Missing Moon Peak wins, Zhao Tong announced loudly. Then, he looked at Ning Qi deeply. Seeing that Ning Qi did not even look at him and returned to his seat beside Ing Zhenxuan, Zhao Tong suddenly felt a sense of loss, but very quickly, he adjusted his mentality. So what if Ning Qi was strong now? The Xian sword tablet had already determined that Ning Qi's aptitude was low. His future would definitely not be as good as his. Brother Ning, one day, you will look at me in a different light, Zhao Tong said in his heart. At this point, the inner sect disciples of Dajiang Peak were completely annihilated. Just like the Golden Sun Peak, they did not fight with the other peaks and were completely defeated by Ning Qi. Senior Xianjian, can I ask for someone from you? Kong Wen suddenly looked at Elder Xianjian and said. Everyone was slightly stunned and subconsciously looked at Kong Wen. They had already guessed who Kong Wen wanted. Kong brat, you've become a lot bolder recently. You want to poach from my Xianjian sect? Elder Xianjian said with a smile. Kong Wen smiled and said, since he is a disciple, he should not be valued by the Xianjian sect. Why don't I bring him back to Yuqing sect and let him cultivate the 8-9 arcane art that our sect's old ancestor obtained by accident? Until now, no one has successfully cultivated this set of art. Maybe this kid will have a chance. Bullshit. Elder Xianjian laughed and scolded. If you want to know if he can cultivate the 8-9 arcane art, then bring it here and let him cultivate in my Xianjian sect. Chapter 23-26. Purple Bamboo Peak wins. Yuan Ruofeng wins. Elixir Peak wins. Even though the other peaks were competing fiercely, everyone felt that something was missing. After thinking about it, they realized that they wanted to see Ning Qi fight. Because Elixir Peak had never fought against Missing Moon Peak, their strength was well preserved. At the end of the competition, Elixir Peak's speeds were on par with Missing Moon Peak's. As for Dajiang Peak, which was supposed to be in the top 10, it was now ranked below 30. Jiang Kuan's face had turned livid since the beginning. There was not a trace of a smile on his face. On the other hand, Yi Rulong was smiling and glancing at Jiang Kuan from time to time. Are direct disciples not participating in the sect grand competition this time? Then the champion should be between Elixir Peak and Missing Moon Peak. The grand competition was nearing its end. According to the rules of previous years, if a true disciple took part in the competition, he would have to fight with the strongest experts of the various peaks. Then, the main peak would naturally take first place. However, up until now, no one had seen a true disciple take part in the competition. They began to speculate. Their eyes fell on Ning Qi. The reason why the core disciples aren't participating this time is probably because of this Ning Beixian. That's right. Among the direct disciples, Zhao Tong is a new disciple. He's not even an Earth immortal yet, so he doesn't have a chance to participate. As for Hizhe, he has already lost to Ning Beixian once. The other direct disciples are all heaven immortals. If they participate, they might be suspected of bullying the weak. Unfortunately, many of them aren't even here. It's a pity that many of them are not here. If they return to the sect, maybe one of them can take care of Ning Beixian. 1, 2, 3. That's enough. Junior brother Ning, our Missing Moon Peak is definitely in the top 10 this time. Ing Zhenxuan counted the beads above her head and smiled at Ning Qi happily. Ning Qi smiled and said, Senior sister, if I'm the first, will there be a better reward? Ing Zhenxuan nodded. The quality of the living spirit meridian will be even higher. Apart from that, she had a look of anticipation in her eyes. If the Moon Missing Peak can get first place, the heavens will definitely see it. The luck of the Moon Missing Peak will increase several times. She was afraid that Ning Qi couldn't understand, so she explained, the amount of spiritual qi will also increase several times. Together with the living spiritual vein, The spiritual chi of our moon missing peak will be restored to at least 1/10 of its peak. The successor disciple shouldn't be participating, right? Ningqi laughed. It should be. Ingzhenxuan wasn't sure either. If the main peak sent a heaven immortal core disciple for the sake of getting first place, the other peaks wouldn't dare to say anything. After all, a heaven immortal in the main peak was equivalent to an earth immortal inner disciple of the other peak. At this time, 2 more jade tokens flew out from the small urns in the hands of Zhao and Tong. The jade tokens of the missing moon peak, which had not appeared for a long time, appeared again. The missing moon peak's side burst into excited cheers. This meant that the missing moon peak would be able to win another round and get closer to the first place. Before this, they were afraid that the missing moon peak's jade card would not appear. Elixir Peak. Missing Moon Peak is finally going against Elixir Peak. Is the Ancestral Master going to lead the Missing Moon Peak to win the first place in the sect competition? That's possible. When the disciples of the Elixir Peak saw that their jade tokens appeared at the same time as the Missing Moon Peak, their expressions turned ugly. The few elders subconsciously looked at Yi Rulong, wanting to see what Yi Rulong would decide. However, Yi Rulong didn't even look at them. A faint smile hung on his face. Seeing this, the few elders looked at each other, then pointed at Yang Xiaolong and said, "Xiaolong, you fight this round. Xiaolong, the competition is about to end. Admit defeat this round." Li Zhangtong transmitted. Yang Xiaolong's expression was a little ugly. He felt that it was a little embarrassing to admit defeat just like that. Moreover, there were Feng Lin, Xian Guang and the other outer sect geniuses present. However, when he thought of Yuan Long's fate, his heart shivered. Then, he nodded and said, "I admit defeat. Missing Moon Peak wins." Zhao Tong announced loudly. He admitted defeat again? Feng Lin, Xian Guang and the rest, who originally wanted to see Ningqi fight, frowned slightly. This time, the disciples of the 8 sects were already somewhat dissatisfied. They didn't come all the way to the Xianjian sect to see someone admit defeat and surrender. The successor disciples didn't even come out, and the inner sect disciples directly surrendered. They didn't even fight. What are they looking at? Why don't we go back to the sect? That's right. Our sect will be competing soon. We might as well go back and cultivate for a while. Silence. The golden immortal of the Scarlet Thunder Pavilion's lips moved slightly. Following that, the disciples of the Scarlet Thunder Pavilion who were complaining immediately shut their mouths. The disciples of the Star Moon sect, Broken Dragon sect and the others all shut their mouths one after another. However, the words that came out of their mouths had long been heard clearly by the 330,000 disciples of the Xianjian sect. The expressions of the various peak masters also changed a few times. Many disciples revealed a look of shame and anger in their eyes, and turned their anger towards the Dan Peak, glaring at Yang Xiaolong who had just admitted defeat. Yang Xiaolong didn't seem to think that it would be fine if the others admitted defeat, but when it was his turn, it would cause so many people to be dissatisfied. For a moment, he was stunned. The few elders of the Dan Peak could no longer hold on to their faces. They all looked towards Yi Rulong, waiting for his instructions. If you have the ability, then go up and fight him yourself. It's really easy to stand and talk. Yang Xiaolong couldn't help but mutter to himself. The moment he said that, Ingzhenxuan's expression changed drastically. Yang Xiaolong was pulling hatred for Ningqi. When she looked towards the high platform, she saw that the geniuses of the 8 major sects couldn't stand it anymore. The geniuses of the 8 major sects looked at each other, and the battle intent on their bodies suddenly rose. Finally, they looked at the 8 strongest geniuses, including Feng Lin Xian Guang. That's not bad. Our Xianjian sect has lost face, so we should let them lose face as well. Many peak masters and elders suddenly felt that Yang Xiaolong's words were just right. Senior Xianjian, this junior has a presumptuous request. Suddenly, Feng Lin Xianguang stood up and walked in front of Old Man Mysterious Sword, cupping his hands and said, Zhao Tong and the other successor disciple were about to shake out a new jade token, but they stopped when they saw this. What presumptuous request! Tell me about it. Old Man Mysterious Sword said with a smile that was not a smile. This junior hopes to have a match with that disciple of your sect. Feng Lin Xianguang said in a clear voice. Chapter 23-27. Oh? You want to challenge him? Old Man Mysterious Sword raised his brows. Xianguang, back off. This is the sect competition of the Xianjian sect. How can you not understand the rules? The Golden Immortal from the Scarlet Thunder sect quickly got up and walked to Feng Lin and Xianguang's side. However, from his tone, there didn't seem to be any reprimand. Instead, there was a hint of complacency. Speaking of which, the Crimson Thunder Pavilion's position in the Feng Lin state was slightly higher than the Xianjian sect's position in the Yingzhou continent. The Golden Immortal Patriarchs in the sect were also two more than the Xianjian sect. Therefore, when the Crimson Thunder Pavilion and the other sects first arrived, it caused the disciples of the Xianjian sect to be a little surprised. In the past, sects that were weaker than the Xianjian sect would bring their proud disciples to the Xianjian sect to spar and watch the sect competition. Is the Feng Lin sovereign really going to challenge Ning Beixian? Where did he get such confidence from? No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than our Xianjian sect? Don't forget, with his identity and cultivation, he's probably a true disciple of the Scarlet Thunder Pavilion. Oh, that's true. If this child really defeats Ning Beixian, wouldn't that prove that my Xianjian sect is inferior to the Crimson Thunder Pavilion? Let's talk about it after he wins. Did you forget that senior sister Li Changtong and the other four were no match for Ning Beixian even when they teamed up? If you want to defeat this monster, you'll have to suppress Ning Beixian with lightning speed without engaging him in close combat. Only then will you have a chance. I actually hope that Ning Beixian can win and fight for our Xianjian sect. No matter how fierce our internal strife is, it's still a private matter. Not bad. Because of Feng Lin Xianguang's identity, it caused the disciples of the Xianjian sect to feel a sense of common hatred. 90% of the people hoped that Ning Qi would win, but there were still 10% of the Xianjian sect disciples who secretly prayed that Feng Lin Xianguang would suppress Ning Qi, so that they could vent their anger. Among them were naturally the disciples of Golden Sun Peak, Elixir Peak and Great River Peak. It's supposed to be the sect grand tournament, so why is the Scarlet Lightning Pavilion getting involved as well? The people of the Moonless Peak were somewhat dissatisfied. Yingzhen looked at Ning Qi with a hint of worry in her eyes. The Phoenix Kirin royalty has the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. Although there aren't many of them, there are geniuses among them who might be able to activate the bloodline for a short period of time and borrow the power of the ancestral dragon. I heard that the strongest existence in the Phoenix Kirin royalty, the Phoenix Kirin divine martial art, has such a mystique. Borrowing the power of the ancestral dragon is enough to move mountains and fill the seas. The mountain that Yingzhen mentioned was the immortal mountain of the immortal world, and the sea was also the sea of the immortal world. Because of the rules of the heavenly Tao, only those who had cultivated to at least the level of Xian Immortal could have the power to move mountains and fill up seas. The cultivation of the Feng Lin Divine Martial was only that of a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. From this, one could see how powerful the ancestral dragon bloodline was. It's fine, Ning Qi said lightly. Just as Yingzhen was about to remind Ning Qi, Old Man Mysterious Sword spoke up. Approve. Old Man Mysterious Sword nodded with a smile. A bright light flashed in Feng Lin Xianguang's eyes. He flew up and stood in the void. He looked at Ning Qi from afar and said, Crimson Thunder Pavilion's true disciple, Feng Lin Xianguang, will fight you. Few, over at Elixir Peak, Many people heaved a sigh of relief. They then looked at the scene with anticipation, praying in their hearts that Feng Lin and Xian Guang could finish off that monster, Ning Qi. That way, Elixir Peak would not have to face a losing streak. Fight to the death. Ning Qi flew up and looked at Feng Lin Xian Guang calmly. Regardless of life or death. Feng Lin Xian Guang was stunned for a moment before his lips curled up. All right. Ning Qi smiled and moved as though he had teleported. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Feng Lin Xian Guang. However, Feng Lin Xian Guang seemed to be prepared. The moment Ning Qi appeared, a blood mist surged out of his body. Wherever the blood mist passed, a huge change occurred. A pair of dragon horns grew out of Feng Lin Xian Guang's head and his hands turned into dragon claws. His muscles bulged out of the dragon robe he was wearing. SSSSS. The cultivators of Xianjian sect gasped and looked at Feng Lin Xian Guang in shock. From this change, they could tell that Feng Lin Xian Guang was one of the few who could activate the ancestral dragon's bloodline. It seemed like every single member of the Feng Lin royal family who could activate the ancestral dragon's bloodline would eventually become a golden immortal. This lad is probably one of the top geniuses in Crimson Thunder Pavilion. But why did he go to Crimson Thunder Pavilion and not Yuqing sect? Yi Tian and the rest looked towards Kong-Wan instinctively. Ancestral Dragon's bloodline. Ning Beixian has a worthy opponent this time. Jiu Jian's gaze finally changed. Lu He, Bai Jing and the rest were pleasantly surprised. They saw hope for revenge, even though it was highly likely that the geniuses of other sects would have to avenge them. Oh no, this lad can really activate the ancestral dragon's bloodline. Ying Xuan's expression changed and cold sweat appeared on her palms. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Ning Qi's fist instantly collided with Feng Lin and Xian Guang's dragon fist. Both sides didn't utilize any celestial arts, but the extremely enormous force caused the space to instantly warp. Then, with their fists as the center, the aftershock swept out like a gale in all directions. After the exchange, Feng Lin Xian Guang flew back dozens of feet, and Ning Qi, who had been suppressing others with his strength, kept stepping on the void and retreating, as if he was dissipating the power of Feng Lin Xian Guang's punch. When the golden immortal of Crimson Thunder Pavilion saw this scene, a trace of astonishment flashed through his eyes. He had personally tested the power of Feng Lin Xian Guang after activating the ancestral dragon's bloodline. Although this power was not enough to fight heaven immortals, there were very few earth immortals who could be his match. Unless the opponent had a Tao artifact, or cultivated some kind of divine ability of the same level. Right now, the strength of the disciple of Xianjian sect was actually on par with Feng Lin Xian Guang, who had activated the ancestral dragon's bloodline. Just where did he come from? Such strong strength. Ning Qi's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. Ever since he started cultivating the 9 inner hidden gates, he had never met someone who could match him in physical strength. Even if there was, it was those seniors who had already cultivated to a very high level. Ning Qi himself had been tempered by devil qi, so his physical strength was very terrifying. He also cultivated the prison-suppressing dragon elephant art and had the power of the dragon elephant. He also had the ancient immortal divine ring on his finger, which doubled his basic strength. After that, he went through the 7th gate of the 9 inner hidden gates, which increased his strength by 128 times. It was enough to crush all earth immortals. But now, Feng Lin Xian Guang's strength was comparable to his. Although his cultivation was a realm higher than Ning Qi's, it was enough to surprise Ning Qi. Chapter 23-28. Ning Qi and Feng Lin Xian Guang's speed had reached its limit. Many of the worldly immortals could only struggle to catch their movements. Occasionally, a few loud sounds would explode in the air. The more they watched, the more shocked they became, especially Pei Yong and the other true disciples of the Xianjian sect. because the physical strength displayed by Feng Lin Xianguang was enough to easily defeat He, who was also a true disciple. Why is the body refining technique so strong? He clenched his fists tightly, a trace of unwillingness in his eyes, but he was confused in his heart. They all said that the body refining technique was useless, but now, whether it was Ning Qi or Feng Lin Xianguang, they all saw the power of the body refining technique. I am a full circle earth immortal, and I have activated the ancestral dragon's bloodline. My strength is actually on par with him? The more Feng Lin Xianguang fought, the more shocked he became. At the same time, he also felt that every punch from Ning Qi, even if it did not hurt his vitals, had some kind of terrifying power that was constantly weakening him. Looks like my immortal Qi still has the attribute of slaying dragons. Hitting him is completely true damage. After exchanging a few blows, Ning Qi realized this point. Just as Phoenix Qilin Xianguang attacked him again, Ning Qi counterattacked with a palm. 18 dragons subduing palms. 11 silver dragons broke through the air and appeared in front of Feng Lin Xianguang. Feng Lin Xianguang felt a trace of extreme danger and thought that it was an illusion. After hesitating for a moment, he did not dodge and chose to fight Ning Qi head-on. Boom! Ning Qi's figure appeared in front of everyone, standing in the air, while Feng Lin Xianguang's entire body was like a cannonball, heavily smashing onto the ground. Senior brother Xianguang? The Scarlet Thunder Pavilion's geniuses were shocked. They never would have thought that Feng Lin Xianguang would be beaten to such a state by a disciple of the Xianjian sect. The disciple's strength was still at the full circle of worldly immortal, which was a whole level lower than Feng Lin Xianguang. The golden immortal from the Scarlet Thunder Pavilion could not help but look at Old Man Mysterious Sword. He realized that Old Man Mysterious Sword had a smile on his face as he looked at the arena. Even the Feng Lin imperial family is not his match. Yi Tian and the rest of the peak leaders and elders were utterly shocked. The strength that Ning Qi had displayed was too terrifying for those in the same cultivation realm. Even if they suppressed their cultivation to the perfection stage of the human immortal realm, they would not be able to unleash such a powerful attack. Come on, senior apprentice brother Ning. A burst of cheers came from the missing moon peak. Fan Xing, Hua Yu and the rest stared at Ning Qi nervously. This time, if Ning Qi was able to defeat the Scarlet Thunder Pavilion's successor disciple, then the missing moon peak's reputation would be completely established. In the future, who would dare to bully the disciples of the missing moon peak? How could this be? Jiu Jian, Li Zhangtong, Yan Feiwu, and the others all had similar expressions. They were all confused and in disbelief. Again, Feng Lin Xianguang's voice suddenly sounded. Then, he turned into a rainbow again and shot toward Ning Qi. 18 dragons subduing palms. Another 11 silver dragons were struck out by Ning Qi's palm. The 18 dragons subduing palms, which was extremely firm and yang in nature, pressed down on Feng Lin and Xianguang with a tremendous force. Ancestral dragons 3 transformations. Feng Lin Xianguang roared furiously, and a dragon tail suddenly appeared behind him. At this moment, his aura was even more similar to that of a dragon. At the same time, his strength had increased by an entire 30%. Boom! Feng Lin Xianguang fiercely smashed onto the ground, causing a mushroom cloud to rise up, completely blocking the scene in the arena. Soon after, everyone could only hear the occasional loud noise coming from inside. As for the specific situation of the battle, only those at the heavenly immortal stage and above could see it clearly. As for the human immortal stage, they could not see it at all. They could only stretch their necks and try their best to see the situation in the arena. Feng Lin Xianguang's strength was indeed not much different from Ning Qi's. Moreover, after he used the so-called ancestral dragon's 3 transformations, his strength had increased again. If it was another genius with such strength, Ning Qi would not have been able to easily suppress the other party if he did not take out his three-pointed, double-edged blade. Unfortunately, Feng Lin Xian Guang had a weakness that he did not know about, and this weakness was magnified by Ning Qi. Under Ning Qi's attack, Feng Lin Xian Guang's defense was nothing. Every time Ning Qi attacked, it would bring about a huge amount of true damage to Feng Lin Xian Guang. Ignoring armor, just this point alone made it impossible for Feng Lin Xian Guang to defeat Ning Qi. Soon, the changes on his body gradually disappeared, and he returned to his original appearance. At this time, the mushroom cloud also dispersed. Everyone could clearly see that Feng Lin Xian Guang had no strength to fight back in Ning Qi's hands. He was beaten up by Ning Qi's left and right fists again and again. There was no celestial art, no swordsmanship. It was a pure physical fight. The ground was stained with Feng Lin Xian Guang's blood. There was a trace of purple gold in the blood, which was the unique ancestral dragon bloodline of the Feng Lin royal family. Feng Lin Xian Guang's aura had begun to decline, and the aura of the bloodline had become thinner. When the Golden Immortal from Scarlet Thunder Pavilion saw this scene, he finally couldn't help but make a move. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped Ning Qi. At this moment, Ning Qi could smell the scent of death. His heart couldn't even muster the slightest bit of resistance. It was like an ant seeing a giant foot stepping on it. No matter how much it resisted, it was pointless. Is this the power of a Golden Immortal? Ning Qi abruptly turned to look at the Scarlet Thunder Pavilion's Gold Immortal. It was as if the shackles in his heart had been broken, and the fighting spirit that was suppressed by the Gold Immortal's aura skyrocketed in an instant. The silver dragon tattoo on his body had turned red, and a faint dragon roar vibrated out of his throat. At this moment, the terrifying aura that enveloped Ning Qi disappeared instantly, and the strange phenomenon on Ning Qi's body also disappeared in a flash. Yuchi Hai, do you really think that I'm old and that you don't take me seriously? Old Man Mysterious Sword's voice sounded faintly. The Golden Immortal from Scarlet Thunder Pavilion hurriedly cupped his hands at Old Man Mysterious Sword and said, "Senior Mysterious Sword, please forgive me for my rudeness." Yuchi Hai's face was a little pale, and there seemed to be a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. When Ning Qi saw this, he was even more certain that the person who wanted to attack him was this person, Feng Lin Xian Guang's sect elder. And judging from the current situation, the other party should have been taught a lesson by Ancestor Mysterious Sword. Take your people from Scarlet Thunder Pavilion and scram. Old Man Mysterious Sword said faintly. Yuchi Hai's expression changed slightly as he glanced at Old Man Mysterious Sword. Then, without saying a word, he reached out to grab the unconscious Feng Lin Xian Guang and left with the Scarlet Thunder Pavilion's geniuses. When the geniuses of the other major sects saw this, their expressions gradually turned serious. Due to Yuchi Hai's actions just now, their relationship with the Mysterious Sword sect was now a little awkward. Chapter 23-29. Senior Xianjian, I'll take my leave first. Kongwen cupped his hands in obeisance. Before he left, he glanced at Ning Qi and transmitted his voice. My Yuqing school has the 8-9 Mysteries art. It's rumored to be a sacred art for body refining. If you're interested, Yuqing school can find me in 30 years. His voice transmission seemed to be very secretive, and he used a special method. Ning Qi felt that the air did not even vibrate, and the voice suddenly sounded from his heart. Then, Kongwen did not stop at all and left with the other 7 sections. From beginning to end, Old Man Mysterious Sword did not seem to notice Kongwen's secret movements. 8-9 Arcane Art? A trace of surprise flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. According to the ancient records, wasn't this the cultivation technique that Erlang Xianxing cultivated? Could the 8-9 arcane art that Kongwen mentioned just have the same name? Otherwise, with the status of the ancient immortals in the celestial world as sinners, If they knew that the 8-9 arcane art was the cultivation technique of one of the ancient immortals, how could they say it so easily? They would definitely treat it as a secret treasure and carefully study it, not letting a third party know. Ning Beixian has earned some face for our Xianjian sect this time. I didn't really like him at first, but now it seems like he's not bad. Other than the Golden Sun Peak, Dan Peak and Dajiang Peak, we have no enmity with him. In the future, we can let our disciples go to the Missing Moon Peak to exchange a few more times. Although Ing Zizai has disappeared, it's hard to guarantee that he will return to the Xianjian sect one day. The battle between Ning Qi and Feng Lin Xian Guang had shocked many people, so even though the battle was over, 80 to 90% of the Xianjian sect disciples were still in shock and were reminiscing about the scene just now. Only a few, including the peak masters and elders, looked at Ning Qi with a scrutinizing gaze, as if they were considering how to deal with their relationship with the Missing Moon Peak in the future. Let me announce the results of this year's sect tournament. Old Man Mysterious Sword smiled. Everyone immediately woke up from their thoughts and looked at Old Man Mysterious Sword. First place in the sect tournament, Missing Moon Peak. Old Man Mysterious Sword looked at Ning Qi and smiled. Thank you, Ancestor. Ing Zhenxuan and the rest stood up immediately and thanked Old Man Mysterious Sword. Her trembling body was enough to prove how emotional she was right now. The eyes of the disciples of all the peaks were filled with jealousy and envy. The Golden Sun Peak and the Great River Peak, which were sitting next to the Missing Moon Peak, were in an awkward situation. Everyone's eyes happened to be looking in their direction at the moment, and the two peaks had experienced the magnificent feat of being suppressed by Ning Qi alone. Shameful. Ancestor, I can't accept this. A faint voice rang out. Everyone was slightly taken aback. Was there anyone who didn't agree with the old ancestor's decision? Who was it? Yi Rulong took a step forward and glanced at Ning Qi before looking at Ancestor Xianjian. Ancestor, he's just a disciple sweeping the floor. He can only represent the External Affairs Hall, and not the Moon Missing Peak. When Huang Tong, who was sitting in the corner, heard this, he raised his head in astonishment. The sweeping disciples suddenly felt that Yi Rulong was right. Ning Qi should be representing the External Affairs Hall, representing them, the sweeping disciples. What is the old ancestor Yi trying to do? Fan Xing and the others were furious. Ing Zhenxuan's face turned expressionless as she stared coldly at Yi Rulong. At this point, you still want to disgust me? Ning Qi looked at Yi Rulong indifferently with a trace of mockery in his eyes. That's right. What the old ancestor Yi said makes sense. Lu He and Bai Jing revealed a morbid smile on their faces. They had already left the Missing Moon Peak, and naturally did not wish to see the rise of the Missing Moon Peak. Since they could not suppress Ning Qi, then it was also excellent to give Ning Qi some trouble. Rulong, do you really think so? Elder Mysterious Sword said indifferently. Yi Rulong's gaze was firm as he nodded. The sect's rules cannot be abolished. Otherwise, there will be no fairness in the sect competition in the future. Anyone can ask for external help. What kind of sect competition is that? So it's like that. Elder Mysterious Sword squinted his eyes. I don't agree with old ancestor Ye's words. A voice rang out. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and were shocked. Elder Sword? If one were to say who the most famous elder in the Xianjian sect was, it would definitely be the Sword Elder who was in charge of the Sword House. This was because every new disciple of the Xianjian sect had to enter the Sword House once. Only by resonating with the immortal sword could they be considered to have passed the second stage of the trial. Sword 13, what are you trying to say? Yi Rulong looked at the Sword Elder coldly as a trace of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. A mere sky immortal at the full perfection stage dared to say something different at this moment? The Sword Elder glanced at Yi Rulong with a smile, then nodded towards Ning Qi. Ning Qi was a little curious. What would the Sword Elder say at this time? Jinxuan's eyes revealed a trace of hope. The Sword Elder had always had a good relationship with the Moon Missing Peak. Even though the Moon Missing Peak had declined, he did not treat them coldly like the other elders and deliberately kept a certain distance. She believed that the Sword Elder would definitely speak up for the Moon Missing Peak. 13. What do you think? Elder Mysterious Sword said with a smile. Everyone has witnessed the strength of Martial Nephew Ning. The reason why he was assigned to the External Affairs Hall was because of some personal grudges. As soon as the Sword Elder said this, many people looked towards some people. The coldness in Yi Rulong's eyes intensified as he stared indifferently at the Sword Elder. That's fine. Old Ancestor Yi said that Martial Nephew Ning is from the External Affairs Hall and can only represent the External Affairs Hall. I beg to differ. The Sword Elder smiled. Tell me, why can't you agree? Yi Rulong snorted. Because of Blackie. The Sword Elder laughed. Little Black? Many among the crowd were confused, but the peak leaders and the elders suddenly came to a realization as if they had just recalled something. So that's how it is. Martial Nephew Ning, is Little Black still there? The Sword Elder smiled at Ning Qi. Ning Qi nodded, and a black sword suddenly appeared in front of everyone. After being broken several times, the black sword's aura was much stronger than before. As soon as it appeared, it expressed a strong desire to fight to Ning Qi. This black sword was the personal belonging of Elder Ning Qi of the Missing Moon Peak. After he left, the black sword was placed in the sword house. Now that Martial Nephew Ning Qi has obtained Elder Ning Qi's black sword, he can naturally be considered as Elder Ning Qi's successor. Therefore, if he can't represent the Missing Moon Peak, then who can? Chapter 2330. Missing Moon Peak Elder Ning Qi? Many of the mysterious Sword Sect disciples revealed a trace of confusion in their eyes, as if they did not understand who the Sword Elder was talking about was. However, there were still many inner sect disciples, as well as the various peak leaders and elders, who revealed a trace of understanding. The former owner of the Black Sword was once an elder of the Missing Moon Peak? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly as he looked towards Jinxuan, only to discover that there was a trace of confusion on her face. Fan Xing and the rest seemed to have just heard of this matter, and from their expressions, it could be seen that they were unfamiliar with the two words Ning Qi. What 13 said makes sense. Let's do that then. Old Man Mysterious Sword chuckled and said, in this year's sect competition, the first place belongs to the Missing Moon Peak. There shouldn't be any objections, right? No. Since Old Man Mysterious Sword had personally announced it, the other peak leaders naturally did not dare to have any objections. Furthermore, Ning Qi had relied on his own strength to obtain first place for the Missing Moon Peak. Even the Scarlet Thunder Pavilion's true disciple, Feng Lin Xian Guang, who had the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, had lost to Ning Qi. They only dared to curse in their hearts. This living spirit vein is the reward for the first place in the sect competition. Jinxuan, come over and accept it. Old Man Mysterious Sword flipped his palm, and an incomparably majestic immortal spirit energy was emitted from his palm. The various peak leaders looked at Old Man Mysterious Sword's palm with envy. It was a constantly twisting little yellow snake, but upon closer inspection, one could tell that it was not a real snake. It was completely condensed from the incomparably dense immortal spirit energy. Jinxuan flew in front of Old Man Mysterious Sword excitedly. After bowing respectfully, she used both hands to receive the little yellow snake. Then, she used a jade bottle that she had already prepared and stored the little yellow snake inside. Yi Rulong stood behind Old Man Mysterious Sword and watched this scene coldly. Jinxuan did not even look at him, as she directly bowed to Old Man Mysterious Sword and said, "Thank you, Ancestor. It's been hard on you and Brat all these years." Old Man Mysterious Sword sighed. Jinxuan hurriedly said, "Ancestor, it's not hard on Jinxuan, it's not hard on Grandpa. Hurry up and plant the living spirit vein in the missing moon peak so that its spiritual energy doesn't dissipate. Old Man Mysterious Sword smiled. Ingzhen nodded her head, feeling a little emotional. Turning around, she called out and prepared to leave with Ning Qi, Fan Xing and the others. When the disciples of Golden Sun Peak, Great River Peak and Elixir Peak saw this, their hearts were filled with bitterness. Little Ning, stay behind. Old Man Mysterious Sword suddenly spoke. Ning Qi was stunned. Junior brother Ning, Ingzhen eyes revealed a trace of worry. She had long heard how Ning Qi had rejected Old Man Mysterious Sword's kind intentions. She was afraid that Old Man Mysterious Sword would use this matter to make things difficult for Ning Qi. I'll take my leave first. Ning Qi transmitted his voice. Junior apprentice brother Ning, don't be too impulsive. Ingzhen hesitated for a moment before leaving with Fan Xing and the rest. Soon they disappeared from everyone's sight. The living spirit vein had already appeared. If it was not planted soon, it would lose its spiritual energy. Everyone looked at Ning Qi with strange expressions before looking at Old Man Mysterious Sword. Old Man Mysterious Sword had specifically asked him to stay. Could something special be about to happen? Something good? Something bad? Yi Rulong and Jiang Kun exchanged glances and saw a trace of seriousness in each other's eyes. Both of them could clearly sense that Old Man Mysterious Sword's attitude towards Ning Qi was a little unusual. Was it just because this lad's combat strength far exceeded his peers? Or, I've long suspected this lad's identity and background. Could it be that Patriarch has already seen through his true identity? I heard that this lad came with the Wen siblings. Jiang Kun glanced at Yi Rulong. Thinking of this, Jiang Kun glanced at Yi Rulong. He believed that with Yi Rulong's temper, he must have asked his disciple to test the Wen siblings. Patriarch, is there anything else? Ning Qi stood in the void and cupped his hands. His tone was so calm that everyone felt that something was wrong. Even a golden immortal patriarch wouldn't dare to be so humble when facing Old Man Mysterious Sword, right? They didn't even see a trace of fear in Ning Qi's eyes. This scene made 9 swords, Li Zhangtong, Yan Feiwu, and the other inner sect geniuses slightly shocked. At the same time, they felt a sense of inferiority. Meanwhile, the disciples who were sweeping the floor were flushed with excitement and clenched their fists tightly. Ning Qi's every move was filled with charm in their eyes. Third sister, brother Ning might have recovered some of his memories. Otherwise, how could he be so calm when facing someone who has attained Dao fruit? Wen Xing, who was sitting at the back of Golden Sun Peak, glanced at Wen Qing. Perhaps. Wen Qing nodded thoughtfully. Zhao Tong had already returned to Pei Yong and the rest. He looked at Ning Qi, who was standing in midair, with a complicated expression. Follow me. Old Man Mysterious Sword first rewarded the remaining 9 living spirit veins to the other 9 peaks before leaving those words and flying in the direction of the sect master's hall. Ning Qi followed him expressionlessly when he saw that. He didn't know what Old Man Mysterious Sword wanted to say to him, but he could sense that Old Man Mysterious Sword didn't have any ill intentions. Old Man Mysterious Sword actually wants to speak to him in private? Does Old Man Mysterious Sword really think so highly of him? Although he's a sweeping disciple, I'm afraid we can't offend him easily in the future. Everyone was envious and jealous. Those who didn't believe that Ning Qi would reject the position of a successor disciple had to believe it after witnessing this scene. Big brother, I'm afraid it'll be hard for you to take revenge, Wang Hai thought as he looked at Ning Qi's back. There was still a trace of fear in his eyes. Fortunately, he had held back and didn't use the tricks he used to deal with Ning Qi. Otherwise, he might not even be able to sit here today. Yi Rulong, have you found out where this kid came from? Jiang Kun questioned Yi Rulong as soon as Old Man Mysterious Sword and Ning Qi left. Even if I found out, why should I tell you? Yi Rulong sneered and left. Arrogant my ass. Jiang Kun couldn't help but curse as he looked at Yi Rulong's back. It was already embarrassing enough that his Dajiang peak couldn't even enter the top 10. Yi Rulong's attitude made the anger in his heart rise exponentially. Senior brother, you said that master is looking for Ning. Junior brother, what business do you have? Zhao Tong hesitated for a moment before saying. Moreover, he had also started to call Ning Qi junior brother according to the rules of the Xianjian sect. It's not easy for us to guess what the ancestor is thinking. I guess it's just a cliché. Pei Yong smiled, patted Zhao Tong's shoulder and turned to leave. Cliché? Could it be that master still wants Ning Beixian to be a successor disciple? Zhao Tong was slightly shocked. Chapter 23:31. I don't remember. Ning Qi smiled and replied to Old Man Mysterious Sword with the same words he used to answer when Sheng and his sister. You don't remember? I heard that you have a good relationship with the Wen siblings? Have you been in the Wen family for a long time? Old Man Mysterious Sword said with a smile. Ancestor, I don't know who you heard this from, but that guy must be lying to you. Why don't we go over and beat him into minced meat first? Ning Qi laughed. Ha ha ha, kid, are you playing tricks with me? Tell me, how did you get along with the Wen siblings back then? Old Man Mysterious Sword chuckled. Ning Qi only said that he was severely injured, and when he woke up, he was at the ancient Heavenly Court's 9-sect alliance's gladiator arena, where he met Wen Sheng and Wen Qing. The old man of the mysterious sword nodded his head. Originally, I suspected that you were with the guy who destroyed Wen Brat and wanted to cause trouble in my Xianjian sect. However, what you said now is actually able to match up with the words of the two siblings from the Wen family. Ning Qi's eyes moved. The mysterious sword old man had asked so many questions because he suspected that his background was not pure enough. The Wen clan was suddenly exterminated, and the ancestor of the Wen clan was a golden immortal who walked out of the Xianjian sect. After that, he came to the Xianjian sect with the Wen siblings, and his performance was much stronger than ordinary people. The old man was suspicious. The Wen siblings said that you were seriously injured and lost your memory. Oh, I can see that your cultivation method doesn't look like it can be found by a wandering cultivator. Your master might be very strong, so I won't fight with your master for a disciple. But are you sure you don't want to come to my main peak to be a true disciple? This sounds much better than sweeping disciple. Old Man Mysterious Sword said with a smile. This disciple still feels that staying in the missing moon peak is more comfortable. Ning Qi smiled. Kid, are you still angry about that matter? Didn't I let you vent your anger in this sect grand competition? Old Man Mysterious Sword said with a faint smile. A trace of astonishment flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. Then, he suddenly realized why he was so lucky to meet the disciples of Golden Sun Peak and Dajiang Peak again and again. Jiang Kun even said that someone was playing tricks. Even Ning Qi was surprised who could cheat under the nose of Mysterious Sword Elder. So it was Mysterious Sword Elder. Man himself? However, from the looks of it, Old Man Mysterious Sword still held Yi Rulong in high regard. After all, he had injured the fewest disciples of Elixir Peak. What do you think? Come to my main peak? Old Man Mysterious Sword smiled. If an outsider saw this scene, they would surely be extremely shocked in their hearts, because there had never been a golden immortal that would treat an existence at the perfection stage of the earthly immortal realm so patiently. Even if this perfection stage human immortal's combat strength was slightly terrifying and was capable of suppressing a perfection stage earthly immortal, but so what? Just a sky immortal. It was enough to suppress them. There was a saying in the immortal world. Geniuses who didn't live to the end were inferior to mortals. Mortals had the chance to obtain great opportunities and ascend to the heavens in a single step. But the dead geniuses had nothing. They were just a mass of air. Ning Qi thought for a while and said, Can the true disciples learn the passionless swordsmanship? Where did you hear about the Love Destroyer sword art? Old Man Mysterious Sword's eyes flashed with a hint of suspicion. According to senior sister, Ningqi said lightly. Old Man Mysterious Sword looked at him a few times and then waved his hand. Don't think about the passionless swordsmanship. Didn't you get that black sword? The immortal slaying sword formation inside is a little interesting. You can practice it, and it might not be inferior to the passionless swordsmanship. So he also knows about the immortal slaying sword formation inside the black sword. But an existence like the golden immortal should have lived for countless years, and yet he seems to have never heard of the origins of the immortal slaying sword formation? Or am I wrong, and this ancestral star is not the birthplace of all immortals, and the ancient immortal clans appeared even earlier? Ningqi was still deep in thought when Old Man Mysterious Sword seemed to have lost his patience. With a gentle wave of his hand, Ningqi felt the scenery around him suddenly change, and then he found himself standing on the missing moon peak. Xuan and the others were staring at Ningqi, dumbfounded, as if shocked by the way Ningqi appeared. A golden immortals means, huh? Ningqi's eyes moved slightly. In that instant, he felt that he could do nothing. If Old Man Mysterious Sword wanted to kill him, he would probably only need to lift a finger. Junior brother Ning, look at our missing moon peak. Xuan walked to Ningqi's side, looking excited. Not only her, but all the missing moon peak disciples were flushed with excitement. Ningqi looked up and saw that the spirit chi of the missing moon peak had increased by more than 10 times. The withered old trees were now sprouting again, and the air was filled with a faint layer of clouds. These clouds were formed by the condensation of immortal chi, and it looked a little like an immortal realm. Compared to before, there was a huge difference. These changes, apart from a small part due to the continuous rise of the missing moon peak, should be the living spirit vein that Xuan had just brought back. Ningqi's divine will sank into the missing moon peak, and in the depths, he saw the little yellow snake. It seemed to be very happy, swimming deep underground. As it swam in the depths, every inch it passed through produced a huge amount of immortal chi. There's a lot more spirit chi. Senior sister, your efforts all these years haven't been in vain. Ningqi smiled. Xuan's face turned slightly red. In fact, she knew that all these years of hard work had been in vain. The rise of the missing moon peak started from the day Ningqi arrived at the missing moon peak, and Ningqi had something to do with it. The living spirit vein this time was also because of him. Junior brother Ning, thank you. Xuan looked at Ningqi sincerely and said, Thank you, senior brother Ning. Fan Xing and the others looked at each other, and then cupped their hands towards Ningqi. Their voices shook the heavens, and even the disciples of the Xianjian sect who were passing by the moonless peak could hear them. They stood in the distance and looked at the moonless peak with some envy. Now they were completely looked down upon, and even forgotten. They did not want to step into the missing moon peak. The spirit chi in the Xianjian sect was already considered to be above average. Why didn't the old peak lord appear? Ningqi's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. This time, Elder Ing did not come to the sect competition either. The missing moon peak spirit chi had surged, and Elder Ing did not appear either. Could it be that Elder Ing was not in the sect? Grandfather, Xuan's eyes flashed with hesitation, then she gritted her teeth and sent a voice transmission to Ningqi. Actually, many years ago, grandfather's lifespan was already used up. He relied on all kinds of longevity pills to live until now. Now, any step he takes is equivalent to using up the stolen lifespan from the heavens. Grandfather has already consumed most of his lifespan in the past few times. Now, grandfather has taken the pill and is in seclusion. The old peak lord is waiting, Ningqi was startled. I'm waiting for my father. Grandfather wants to see my father again before he dies. But now that the missing moon peak's spirit chi has increased greatly, it is also good for grandfather's lifespan. I believe that he will be able to live until the day my father returns," Ing Zhenchuan said with a determined expression. Pausing for a moment, he said, "Junior brother Ning, do you know about the ancient immortal secret realm? Recently, there have been some movements over there. Countless ancient pills and immortal equipment have appeared out of nowhere. Many of our sect's direct disciples have already rushed towards the ancient immortal secret realm. Now that the sect competition has ended, if junior brother Ning has nothing else to do, why not make a trip with me?" Chapter 2332. Ancient Immortal Secret Land? Ning Qi had heard of it last time. Someone had invited him there, but Ning Qi had ignored him. Ancient pills, ancient immortal treasures? Senior sister, are they related to the legendary ancient immortal clan? Ning Qi smiled. That's right. Although the ancient immortal clan betrayed the immortal world and allied with the demons, they were eventually suppressed by a few mysterious clans in the immortal world. However, their alchemy and smithing skills were unique, and rumor has it that the earliest batch of primordial treasures appeared with the ancient immortal clan. Envy flashed in Ing Zhenchuan's eyes. Primordial treasures. Junior brother Ning, you should know about them. Right now, the only primordial treasure in the immortal world, the clear sky mirror, is in the hands of the Langya Immortal Emperor. This mirror can check the movements of the myriad realms at any time and has other powers. It's just that we don't know about it. Rumor has it that the Immortal Lord Medallion in the hands of the Langya Immortal Emperor was made after observing the clear sky mirror. It can check the heavenly Tao list at any time. Its power is unfathomable, and it's a supreme Tao treasure. Immortal Lord Token. Ning Qi had one in his hands, and previously in the system, this Immortal Lord Token was called the Jade Plate of Good Fortune. Ning Qi felt that the system should not be wrong on this point. Perhaps the Immortal Lord Token in his hands did indeed have something special, and was different from the Immortal Lord Token refined by the Langya Immortal Emperor. Same. As for the specifics, Ning Qi would have to wait until his cultivation reached a certain level. Right now, Ning Qi could only use the medallion to check the heavenly Tao list. He couldn't even use the immortals living in the medallion. Otherwise, Ning Qi was confident he could protect himself in the immortal world with just this medallion. Junior brother Ning, I heard that the ancient immortal clan has a very long lifespan. Maybe they're good at making longevity pills. This time, someone found an immortal pill of unknown rank in the ancient immortal secret land. After taking it, an existence at the end of his lifespan actually returned to his youth, increasing his lifespan by several eras. They call it the youth rejuvenation pill. If we can get it, grandfather won't have to worry about his lifespan for a long time. Ing Zhenchuan saw Ning Qi deep in thought and thought that he didn't want to go to the ancient immortal secret land. This was the feeling he gave her before. He didn't like going out much, spending most of his time in seclusion at the missing moon peak. Rejuvenation pill? Ning Qi scanned with his divine thoughts and saw the option of the rejuvenation pill in the dragon-slaying mall. Not only the pill recipe, but even the spiritual materials could be bought with dragon-slaying crystals. The pill recipe costs 10 million, and one set of spiritual materials costs 100,000 dragon-slaying crystals. Looks like I'll have to earn some more dragon-slaying crystals. Senior sister, do you understand the ancient demon poison that Yuan Long used? Ning Qi said. Ancient demon poison? Ing Zhenchuan paused for a moment, then nodded. The ancient demon poison came from the ancient immortal mystic realm. I heard that many demonic cultivators died in the ancient immortal mystic realm. After their corpses melted, the ancient demon poison was left behind. Someone tested it on immortals and mortals, but the immortals died faster than mortals. This is one of the poisons specifically targeted at immortals. You can occasionally buy it in some market squares, but the price is quite high. Ning Qi heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like there was still a chance of finding demonic chi in the ancestral star. Senior sister, when are we leaving? Ning Qi laughed. Ingzhen was stunned for a moment. Then, her eyes lit up with joy. Let's go now. The moment Ning Qi and Ingzhen left the Xianjian sect, the news had already spread everywhere. Main Peak. He looked coldly at an inner sect disciple in front of him. You saw them leave the Xianjian sect with your own eyes? Did they say where they were going? Senior brother He, as soon as they left, I went to the missing Moon Peak and befriended a junior brother from before. I heard from him that Ingzhen invited Ning Beixian to the ancient immortal mystic realm. Ancient immortal mystic realm? There have been some changes in the ancient immortal mystic realm recently. Many people have obtained treasures inside, including several senior brothers. I wonder how they have obtained. He pondered for a moment with a smile that was not a smile. When the inner sect disciple saw this, he cupped his hands and left. Not long after, He left the main peak and flew towards the Great River Peak. In one of the mountain ranges near the center of the Great River Peak, there was a courtyard. This was where Yuan Long's cave was located. Because Yuan Long had been severely injured in the sect competition, the atmosphere on the mountain range was a little strange. Everyone had to be careful when they walked, afraid that they would provoke Yuan Long's displeasure. A figure silently landed in front of the most luxurious hall in the courtyard. At the same time, a figure flew out of the hall and landed heavily on the ground. Yuan Long's angry roar could be heard from inside. Scram! All of you scram! Soon after, a large group of servant girls with low cultivation bases ran out of the hall in panic. They did not notice the presence of the figure. Junior brother Yuan, why are you so angry? He laughed lightly. The hall instantly quietened down. Not long after, Yuan Long walked out of the hall. His face was pale as he looked at He. He cupped his hands and said, Senior brother He? There was a trace of doubt in his eyes. He didn't understand why He would come here. He didn't seem to have much of a relationship with He, and he hadn't even spoken a few words before. Junior brother Yuan, this is not a place to talk. Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? He smiled. If it was any other time, Yuan Long would definitely be very happy. After all, it was a great honor to have a direct disciple come in person. But now that his cultivation had fallen to the early Earth immortal realm, he was extremely depressed. After hesitating for a moment, Yuan Long moved aside and made a gesture of invitation. He didn't seem to mind. After entering the hall and taking their seats, Yuan Long asked tentatively, Senior brother He, do you need my help with anything? Indeed, but it's not really a help. Helping me is also helping yourself. He smiled faintly. Helping myself? Yuan Long was stunned. Ning Beixian and Ingzhen went to the ancient immortal secret realm. He smiled faintly. Yuan Long's eyes flashed with hatred when he heard Ning Beixian's name. After a moment of silence, he looked at He and said, What do you mean, senior brother He? I don't understand. Please explain. Junior brother Yuan, since you don't understand, then forget it. He shook his head with a smile and left. Yuan Long didn't move. He just looked at He's back. After he left, Yuan Long smashed the chair under his butt into pieces. You want to use me? Yuan Long's eyes revealed a trace of resentment. After about the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he finally calmed down. The reason why He came to him today was not only because of the enmity between him and Ning Qi, but also because of his background before he entered the Xianjian sect. Ning Beixian, Yuan Long muttered to himself. Suddenly, he formed a sword seal with his hand. Immediately after, a small sword formed from immortal spirit energy appeared in front of him. There were special patterns on the small sword. It was a common method of communication in the celestial world. Even if an existence with a cultivation level higher than him intercepted it midway, it would still be useless. There was no way to obtain complete information from it. Chapter 23:33 Ingzhou. There were tens of billions of mortals here, coexisting with immortals and cultivators, but the ratio of immortals was not too high. There was not a single sect in the entire area, and all the rogue cultivators gathered in many small markets to communicate with each other. However, be it mortals, immortals, or cultivators, they were all under the control of the number one family in the area, the Yuan family. The Yuan family had risen to prominence in the last era. Although there weren't many experts in the family, many of their descendants had joined various large sections. They were either outer sect disciples or famous inner sect disciples. Therefore, even if some immortals were passing by, they would visit the Yuan family for a chat. There were rumors that the Yuan family patriarch relied on plundering immortals from all over the world to build his family. His own cultivation base was very ordinary, and to be able to cultivate to the level of sky immortal great perfection, the number of immortals who died in his hands was innumerable. However, there were indeed many small forces or lone immortals who offended the Yuan family, who suddenly disappeared after a certain period of time. All sorts of spearheads and traces pointed towards the Yuan family, but because of the Yuan family's special background and the low cultivation base of the immortals who died, there was not even a single sky immortal. However, no one would choose to offend the Yuan family for them, so the matter was left unsettled. Today was the day of the Yuan family's internal competition. After the competition ended, the Yuan family patriarch and the elders of the various houses gathered in the discussion hall to discuss the arrangements for the 10 disciples of the Yuan family who had won the competition. Patriarch, my son Yuan Long is an inner sect disciple of the Xianjian sect's Dajiang Peak, and is highly regarded by the peak master of the Dajiang Peak, Jiang Kuan. I think we should arrange for all 10 of them to enter the Xianjian sect, so that everyone can take care of each other. Yuan Lai, the great elder of the third house, said with a smile. Yuan Lai's position in the Yuan family was originally weaker than the first and second houses, but because of Yuan Long's relationship and his own cultivation base, he was considered one of the best in the Yuan family. He was an early sky immortal, so his actual authority was higher than the elders of the first and second houses. As soon as he spoke, the first and second houses fell silent. The rest of the people also slowly shut their mouth. Only one person said hesitantly, Yuan Long's position in the Xianjian sect is high, but he is still not a true disciple. If we arrange for all 10 of them to be in the Xianjian sect, they might not be able to get the best care. You know, Yuan Long can only get over 10 earth spirit pills a year. Little Nine's words are reasonable. Yuan family's patriarch nodded slowly. Why don't 5 go to the Xianjian sect, and the remaining 5 go to the Wind and Cloud sect? 14th brother has a high position in the Wind and Cloud sect, so it should be fine with him taking care of it. The great elder of the first branch said. Everyone discussed for a while more. The Yuan family patriarch looked at the 10 prodigies of the Yuan family and said plainly, Which sect do you want to join? In Taisui Lane, only the old ancestor of the Yuan family had the confidence to say this. As for the other independent cultivators, they did not have the right to choose their sections. Ancestor, I want to go to the Xianjian sect. Let's go to the Wind and Cloud sect. Very soon, the 10 of them had decided which sect they wanted to go to. Just as everyone was about to decide on this matter, a flying sword condensed from immortal chi suddenly pierced through the roof and landed in front of the Yuan family's patriarch. When the rest of the Yuan family saw this, their expressions changed. It's Yuan Long's messenger sword. Yuan Lai was the first to recognize that this messenger flying sword came from his son. Did something happen to the Xianjian sect? Everyone's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. The Yuan family patriarch tapped lightly, and the messenger flying sword immediately dispersed with a bang. Then, bits of spiritual chi condensed again, turning into a spiritual chi projection that looked exactly like Yuan Long. Yuan Long expressionlessly explained what had happened. Everyone, including the Yuan family patriarch and the elders of the various branches, gradually fell into a state of shock. Yuan Long was seriously injured, and his cultivation fell because of a new disciple? From the Earth Immortal full circle to the Earth Immortal early stage. How long will it take for him to return to his peak? He knows that Yuan Long is a prodigy of our Yuan family, but he still dared to do this. We must avenge him. Even the prodigies who were only at the human immortal stage had a look of common hatred in their eyes. They clenched their fists tightly, wishing that they could personally avenge Yuan Long ancestor. Yuan Lai's voice was extremely cold. The other party has already gone to the ancient immortal secret realm. This is a good opportunity for revenge. I will personally make a trip there and take his head to avenge Yuan Long. Yuan Long was originally one of the most promising existences in his family to become a heaven immortal, but now, his cultivation had fallen to the early stage of the Earth Immortal stage. The other party is a disciple of the Xianjian sect. You can take revenge yourself, but after that, the mysterious Sword Elder will be angry and come knocking on your door. Will you be able to stop him? The Yuan family patriarch said indifferently. Ancestor, can't we take revenge for this? Since Yuan Long has sent a message back, he hopes that we can take this opportunity to avenge him. Yuan Lai said angrily. The elders of the various houses all had different expressions on their faces. They looked at each other and did not say a word. There were even a few who were gloating, but they concealed it so well that no one could tell. Our Yuan family has been operating in the Taisui lane for so many years. If we have to do everything ourselves, we might as well split up today. The Yuan family patriarch's voice was gloomy. Ancestor, what do you mean? Yuan Lai already understood in his heart, but he was just confirming it again. Go. Do it cleanly, just like in the past. Don't let anyone get hold of you. The Yuan family patriarch said indifferently. Yes, ancestor. Yuan Lai nodded, his eyes filled with killing intent as he turned around and left the meeting hall. The rest of you, don't interfere. The Yuan family patriarch looked at the other houses, his words carrying a hint of warning. We understand. The ancient immortal secret realm was in Yingzhou, and it was not too far from the Xianjian sect. Yingzhen spent half a month to arrive at the entrance of the ancient immortal secret realm. Senior sister, this space doesn't seem too stable. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. The space around the ancient immortal secret realm rippled from time to time. This was enough to prove that the space inside was very unstable and could collapse at any time. At that time, the power would be enough to destroy everything in the space. At least, Ning Qi believed that there was no existence in the Heaven Immortal stage or even the Golden Immortal stage. They could not withstand such a terrifying disaster. In addition, Yingzhen had already told Ning Qi that the ancient immortal secret realm was guarded by many sects in Yingzhou. 3,000 years ago, the Xianjian sect was in charge, and now, the Wind Cloud sect was in charge. Chapter 2334. Junior Brother Ning, the ancient immortal mystic land has existed for a very long time. When this place was first discovered, the patriarchs of the major sects had all entered it and excavated many ancient treasures. As a result, all kinds of battles often take place inside. You should be able to imagine the power of those patriarchs. The ancient immortal mystic land was originally created during the Great War between the immortals and demons in ancient times. Traces of some kind of immortal technique were derived from the immortal secret lands. It's just like how we casually punched a hole in the ground. The ancient immortal mystic land is a similar existence. After so many years and countless battles, there was already a risk of it collapsing. However, for the sake of the ancient pills and ancient immortal treasures inside, the patriarchs of the various sects turned hostility into friendship and joined forces to set up a formation to strengthen it. But now, golden immortals are no longer allowed to enter. If they are affected by the aura, the ancient immortal mystic realm will collapse on the spot. Even heavenly immortals are no longer able to enter. Only early-stage heavenly immortals are allowed inside. Mid-stage heavenly immortals are not allowed inside. Ingzhinshuan transmitted. Other than us, itinerant cultivators can't enter? Ningqi scanned the area and realized that there were many rogue cultivators in the vicinity. They were looking at the disciples of the sects entering and exiting the ancient immortal secret realm with envious eyes. Every time a disciple exited the ancient immortal secret realm, they would flock to him. This scene reminded Ningqi of his time on Earth. Once, when he was out at sea, he saw the small traders who had been waiting at the pier rush to snatch the fish when the fishing boats docked. These fellows are basically sent out by the cultivation clans. They don't have the qualifications to enter the ancient immortal secret realm, but they want the treasures in the ancient immortal secret realm. They use the resources of the outside world to trade with the disciples of the sections. Everyone takes what they need. But as time goes by, there are a few more markets here. Ingzhinshuan smiled. After a pause, Ingzhinshuan counted the time with her fingers. Every time the ancient immortal secret territory opens, it's a cycle that lasts for about half a year. But half a year in the outside world is a full 30 years inside. There's still a month before the next cycle. When the time comes, everyone inside, whether alive or dead, all the living ones will be automatically cleared out and sent to the entrance. We can only stay here for a month, so let's take a stroll around the market first. Maybe we can find something good there. The ancient immortal secret realms have this function. Even if we don't fight for the treasures inside, just cultivating is enough to attract people. Ningqi smiled and said. However, compared to his top-notch cultivation training ground, the ancient immortal mystery land was far inferior in this aspect. Cultivate? That's impossible. There's no immortal qi inside. We have an endless supply of immortal qi in the outside world. Even if we deplete our spiritual qi in a battle, we can recover after a few days of meditation. But in the ancient immortal secret realms, the amount of time we spend meditating is hundreds of times more than the outside world. That's because it's hundreds of times more dangerous than the outside world. That's why it's best for us to avoid fighting with others when we're inside. Otherwise, at a critical moment, our bodies will be empty of spiritual energy and we'll easily miss the birth of treasures. Ingzhinshuan smiled. As she spoke, she brought Ningqi to a market. This market was only 30 miles away from the entrance of the ancient immortal mystic realm. It looked like a mortal city. However, those who could appear in this market were at least at the form synthesis stage, and very few mortals could be seen. On both sides of the street, stalls lined up one after another like a long dragon. The owners of the stalls had varying cultivation levels, but most of them were at the body integration stage or the late-stage human immortal stage. They were all shouting their wares. Ancient low-grade immortal artifact. Freshly made ancient low-grade immortal artifact, genuine at a fair price. Only 5,000 low-grade immortal stones. Everyone, come and take a look if you're interested. A large group of people gathered in front of a stall, scanning the ancient low-grade immortal artifact with their spiritual will. Not long later, someone sneered. It's clearly an ordinary immortal artifact, and of poor quality at that. Who knows how many owners it has had, and you still dare to call it an ancient immortal artifact? Brother, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. How many years have I been in this market? Go ask around. I bought this ancient low-grade immortal artifact from an inner sect disciple of the Wind and Cloud sect. He just came out of the ancient immortal secret realm, and I bought it. You're talking about an inner sect disciple of the Wind and Cloud sect? Would you lie to me? The stall owner blushed, anger flashing in his eyes. With that, the guy from before immediately shut up. If he continued, he would inevitably offend the wind and cloud sect. As for whether the stall owner was telling the truth or not, there was no way to investigate. The rest of the people looked at him thoughtfully for a while, then turned to leave. But new people would come over. After all, even the most ordinary immortal artifact was something many people needed. It could directly increase one's battle strength. It didn't matter if it was an ancient low-grade immortal artifact or not. As long as the price was right, it could be found. No one wanted to buy it. Such a scene happened frequently in the market. Ning Qi noticed that Ing Zhenxuan didn't seem to be interested in immortal artifacts. She would occasionally stop in front of the stalls that sold ancient immortal pills. Every time a stall owner shouted about pills that could increase one's lifespan, Ing Zhenxuan would be the first to go over. She would verify the authenticity of the pills and bargain with the stall owner at the same time. In about 2 hours, she bought a few pills that claimed to be able to increase one's lifespan by a few hundred years. She spent more than 10,000 low-grade immortal stones, which was equivalent to 2 ancient low-grade immortal artifacts. After that, Ing Zhenxuan seemed to have used up most of her immortal stones. Even when someone sold longevity pills, she only took a look. She didn't even ask about the price. Ancient Devil's Poison, a peerless poison to deal with enemies. There are 5 bottles in total, priced at 1,000 low-grade immortal stones. Not sold individually. Brother, I only need 1 bottle. How about I pay 200 low-grade immortal stones? I said not sold individually. Not even me? Senior, this is a small business. It really isn't for sale alone. Ning Qi was attracted by the commotion and walked over. Ing Zhenxuan was slightly startled. He was a little curious, with Ning Qi's fighting strength. Why would he need the ancient devil's poison? In the Xianjian sect, no one would be his match if the sky immortals did not appear. Even a genius like Feng Lin Xianguang, who had the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, they were all defeated by him. This ancient devil's poison. Ning Qi walked to the front of the stall and slowly spoke. The other party glanced at him and saw that he was only at the great perfection of the worldly immortal stage. He waved his hand and said, "Not for sale alone. Only 5 bottles?" Ning Qi said indifferently. Chapter 2335. Yes. Ning Qi nodded lightly. Pfft, a perfected human immortal can take out 1,000 low-grade immortal stones? The rest of the people in front of the stall sneered at Ning Qi. However, their cultivation was at the human immortal stage, which was lower than Ning Qi's, so they didn't dare to say anything. However, the early-stage Earth immortal who wanted to buy a bottle of ancient devil's poison couldn't help but sneer. Ing Zhenxuan happened to walk behind Ning Qi. When she heard this, she coldly glanced at the early-stage Earth immortal. When the other party sensed Ing Zhenxuan's gaze, he sized her up. Seeing that there was the symbol of an inner disciple of the Xianjian sect on her sleeve, his eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. However, since he had already spoken, if he were to turn around and leave now, it would be too shameful. What does it have to do with you whether we can afford the ancient demon's poison or not? You're just an itinerant cultivator. What kind of arrogance are you spouting here? Ing Zhenxuan clearly had no intention of letting the other party off. Many immortals nearby looked over. When the stall owner saw this, he smiled sheepishly and said, "Please stop arguing. A good man doesn't fight with a woman." Although his cultivation was high, he did not have much confidence in facing the inner sect disciples of the Xianjian sect. The ancient immortal secret realm was a place controlled by the various sects, and the disciples of the sects that walked here were sometimes even more than the rogue cultivators. Sometimes, sect disciples couldn't solve a problem by themselves. Instead, it might attract the other party to gang up on them. Ing Zhenxuan took a step forward, but Ning Qi grabbed her arm gently. "Senior sister, forget it." He's just an ant with a cheap mouth. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Tianfeng Yijian's figure paused slightly and his eyes were filled with anger. He was just afraid of Ingzhinshuan, but a mere great circle worldly immortal dared to call him a lowly ant? Tianfeng's sword turned around and cast a cold glance at Ning Qi, as if he was going to memorize Ning Qi's appearance in his heart. Then, he quickly left. Junior brother, you want to buy this ancient demon poison? It doesn't seem to have much effect on you. Ingzhinshuan hesitated for a moment. When the stall owner heard that, he hurriedly said, How is it useless? Brother, your cultivation should be at the great circle of the human immortal stage, right? With this ancient devil's poison, even an early earth immortal could be killed if he was not prepared for it. Even if he didn't have such an opportunity, if he were to face an early stage earth immortal, the poison of the ancient devil would be fatal. At the very least, he could cause the other party to be flustered for a period of time. This period of time was the time to escape. As long as you use the ancient devil's poison, who would be a match for you? The nearby immortals nodded in agreement with the stall owner's words. However, no one intended to buy 5 bottles of ancient devil's poison at once. After all, the ancient devil's poison was a consumable. Once it was used, it would be gone. It was better to save some immortal stones to buy a lower-grade celestial weapon. However, if it was only used against cultivators of the same level, a low-grade immortal artifact could be used for tens of thousands of years. Ingzhinshuan looked at the stall owner mockingly. The other party had no idea who he was facing. Not to mention the same level, even if he was at the great circle of the earth immortal stage, Ning Qi would be able to suppress him. In this way, the ancient devil's poison could only be used on heaven immortals. However, even the weakest early heaven immortal stage could not be tricked like this. Death would at most be a little troublesome. In this way, it would be useless to Ning Qi. I want all 5 bottles. Exchange them with Earth Spirit pills. Ning Qi said lightly. Earth Spirit pill? The nearby immortals who were watching the show looked at Ning Qi in surprise. This kid is only at the great circle of the human immortal stage, and he already has an Earth Spirit pill? Oh, look at how handsome he is. He can't be living off a woman, right? The inner sect disciples of the Xianjian sect can also receive quite a few Earth Spirit pills a year. If they use them sparingly, they can still save quite a few. The way they looked at Ingzhinshuan gradually became a little strange, as if they were guessing the relationship between Ning Qi and Ingzhinshuan. Earth Spirit pill. A hint of surprise flashed across the stall owner's eyes, but he immediately covered it up. Then, he said with some difficulty, I originally planned to sell low-grade immortal stones. If you want to use Earth Spirit pills to exchange, I'm afraid you'll have to add a little to the original price. Senior sister, let's go. Ning Qi smiled at Ingzhinshuan. Ingzhinshuan nodded and turned to leave with Ning Qi. Seeing this, the stall owner immediately became anxious. It wasn't until Ning Qi walked 10 steps away that he finally could not help but send a sound transmission. Brother, come back, let's discuss this again. You have to tell me what grade your Earth Spirit pill is, right? Only then will I know how many Earth Spirit pills I have to exchange for it. 2nd tier top grade. Ning Qi paused and turned to look at the stall owner. 2nd tier. Top grade? The stall owner's eyes were filled with disbelief. However, he had been doing business here for so many years and he had seen a lot of things. There had been human immortals who took out items that didn't match their status. As for the origin of these items, no one in the market would ask about it. If it really is a 2nd tier top grade, then I will exchange these 5 bottles of ancient demon poison for 5 Earth Spirit pills. How about that? The stall owner sent a sound transmission. 3 pills. What? 3 pills? That's too low. No way, no way. Hey, brother, don't go. Let's discuss this again. How about 4? Seeing that Ning Qi had left so decisively, the man suddenly became anxious. Although the Earth Spirit Pill was not a rare pill, it was at least a second-stage pill. It could be used by an Earth Immortal, and it was a second-stage top-grade pill. It was even rarer in the market. If he was lucky, he might be able to sell it. 300 to 400 low-grade immortal stones. What? One less than the previous one? Brother, that's not how you bargain. Brother, that's not how you bargain. Hey, wait. Fine. Deal. 2 pills it is. But it must be a second-tier top-grade Earth Spirit pill. Otherwise, I won't trade. Ning Qi's lips curled into a smile, and he turned back to the stall owner. Seeing this, Yingzhen knew that Ning Qi and the stall owner had reached an agreement. Earth Spirit Pill. The stall owner said angrily. Ning Qi turned around immediately. Brother, why don't you show me the Earth Spirit Pill? The stall owner hurriedly spoke in a friendly tone. Ning Qi smiled. Patience is the key to doing business. As he spoke, he took out a second-tier top-grade Earth Spirit Pill and threw it to the stall owner. Yes. The stall owner smiled apologetically, but he was cursing in his heart. When he took a look at the Earth Spirit Pill, his eyes lit up and he kept it immediately. What's that smell? It looks like an Earth Spirit Pill, it's so thick. The people nearby twitched their noses, trying to find the source of the smell. Chapter 2336. Take it. Ning Qi used his divine will to confirm that all 5 bottles were filled with demonic qi. Then, he threw a Stage 2 Earth Spiritual Pill to the stall owner. The stall owner caught it and immediately kept it in his interspatial ring. Unfortunately, he was still a step too slow. A few immortals nearby who were looking for the source of the Earth Spiritual Pill immediately surrounded him. That's an Earth Spiritual Pill? What grade is it? Take it out and let me see. There's nothing to see. Get out of the way, I'm closing up. If you want to see it, go find that guy. Why did he disappear so quickly? Brother, I've bought quite a lot of things from you. Don't be so stingy. That Earth Spiritual Pill just now must be of a very high grade, right? Take it out and let everyone take a look. You can sell it for a high price. This kid actually has a Stage 2 Earth Spiritual Pill? Sky Wind Sword, who had been secretly observing Ning Qi from a corner, determined the quality of the Earth Spiritual Pill the moment he saw it. Human immortals were used to taking spiritual jade pills, while Earth immortals were used to taking Earth Spiritual Pills. For a rogue Earth immortal like Sky Wind Sword, other than cultivating in seclusion, he spent the rest of his time thinking about how to get more Earth Spiritual Pills. He came to the ancient immortal mystic realm to try his luck. Seeing that a puny great circle worldly immortal fella actually took out 2 Tier 2 Earth Spiritual Pills, Skywind Sword's heart started to race. Although that girl is an inner disciple of Xianjian sect, her cultivation level is similar to mine. As long as I do this secretly, no one should notice. Thinking of this, Sky Wind Sword sneered and chased after Ning Qi and Yingzhen. He followed the 2 of them from afar, looking for an opportunity to strike. Junior brother, how do you plan to use the ancient demon poison? Yingzhen was very curious. However, as soon as she finished her sentence, Ning Qi took out one of the bottles, opened it, and poured it into his mouth. Not a single trace of demonic qi leaked out, and Ning Qi swallowed it all. Yingzhen was dumbfounded. Then, she watched as Ning Qi drank the remaining 4 bottles of ancient demon poison. Although Yingzhen had seen Ning Qi swallow the ancient demon poison that Yuan Long had released during the sect tournament, she had thought that Ning Qi had used some special method that she didn't know of to neutralize the ancient demon poison. Now that she saw Ning Qi swallow the ancient demon poison that everyone was trying to avoid, she was shocked. She couldn't believe it. Burp! Ning Qi burped and smiled contentedly. Although the amount of devil qi in these 5 bottles was not much, and it would not have much effect on his body if he used it to refine it. It made his body, which had not absorbed devil chi for a long time, become like a desert after a rain, and all his cells became active. Senior sister, the ancient demon's poison can be used with my cultivation technique to increase my power. The effect is similar to that of the earth spirit pill. Ningqi laughed. There's such a technique in this world? Could it be that junior brother Ning cultivates some kind of poison technique that uses poison to refine his body? Ingzhen was a little surprised. After thinking about it carefully, she felt that her guess was correct. Only this kind of unconventional cultivation technique could allow a perfected human immortal to have the power to rival the Phoenix Kirin royal family, right? Ingzhen eyes revealed a hint of worry. Junior brother Ning, your cultivation technique is a little. Previously, I didn't consider your identity, so I can't use my contribution points to exchange for a cultivation technique at the mission hall. When we return to Xianjian sect, I'll bring you to exchange for a set of Xianjian sect's rank 3 cultivation technique. Ningqi wanted to explain, but then he thought that if he explained, Ingzhen would probably have one doubt after another, so he kept silent. In a small restaurant. Sword of Skywind, is what you said true? That kid really has a rank 2 earth spirit pill? A burly man with a face full of beard looked at Sword of Skywind coldly. At the same time, he looked at Ningqi, who was not far away, with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. At this moment, Ningqi and Ingzhen were strolling on the street. On both sides of the burly man sat 2 immortals. Their cultivations were similar to Sword of Skywind, but the burly man seemed to be a little stronger. Brother Pan, if it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't find a chance to make a move during this period of time, I would have eaten them all by myself. If you don't believe me, fine, I'll go myself. Sword of Skywind sneered and pretended to leave. Brother Tianfeng, don't be agitated, I just want to confirm it. You also know, that girl seems to be an inner sect disciple of the Xianjian sect. The one beside her doesn't matter. Looking at his clothes, he should be a sweeping disciple of the Xianjian sect, because he was born good-looking. That girl brought him along. We have to plan how to lure that lady away and only attack that kid. Pan Long smiled and sent a voice transmission. Sword of Skywind had already said that he suspected Ningqi was Ingzhen gigolo. Pan Long also had a preconceived idea. Moreover, a sweeping disciple walking together with an inner disciple, a man and a woman at that. If it were anyone else, they would think the same. This is simple. Brother Pan, these 2 brothers can do it. Just find a reason to lure her away. Sword of Skywind chuckled. Soon, the next cycle of the ancient immortal mystic realm will begin. These 2 probably want to wait for the cycle to begin before entering the mystic realm. By then, you and I won't be able to enter and can only watch the cooked duck fly away. Don't hesitate anymore. All right. Pan Long thought for a while and nodded. Then, he sent a voice transmission to the 2 earth immortals beside him, and the 2 left the restaurant. Let's go. Pan Long smiled and stood up. Ingzhen was standing in front of a stall with Ningqi, sizing up the pills that the stall owner had put out. Suddenly, she felt a chill behind her. She dodged subconsciously, only to see a ray of immortal chi brush past her body. Although it avoided her vitals, it still caused Ingzhen to suffer a little. A small injury. Ingzhen looked over subconsciously, only to see 2 figures trying to escape. She immediately chased after them, while Ningqi stood where he was, watching the scene thoughtfully. Brat, your lover has already been lured away by us. You should come with us. Pan Long and Sword of Skywind appeared beside Ningqi, one on the left and one on the right. Sword of Skywind laughed sinisterly, a hint of pride in his eyes. Other than wanting Ningqi's earth spirit pills, he also wanted to teach Ningqi a lesson. After all, Ningqi had called him an ant with a cheap mouth. He had to take revenge for that. Chapter 23:37. Tianfeng's sword and Pan Long brought Ningqi to a secluded corner of the city. Some immortals passed by, but when they saw that Tianfeng's sword and Pan Long were earth immortals, they didn't want to be nosy. "Kid, you didn't think this day would come when you scolded me, did you?" Tianfeng's sword looked at Ningqi with a faint smile. "Tianfeng, don't talk nonsense with him." Pan Long glanced at Tianfeng and smiled at Ningqi. "Little brother, I heard that you have earth spiritual pills?" "Yes." Ningqi nodded. Pan Long's eyes brightened. "How many?" "There are about 10,000 left," Ningqi said. "Hiss!" Tianfeng's sword and Pan Long gasped and looked at Ningqi in disbelief. 10,000 earth spiritual pills? How is that possible? Let alone a human immortal, even an earth immortal wouldn't be able to save so many earth spirit pills. Perhaps only a heaven immortal would have such a fortune. After all, at that stage, they wouldn't need to rely on earth spirit pills for their cultivation. What they needed were the other kinds of level 3 pills. "Little brother, you're not lying to me, right?" Pan Long tried to suppress his excitement and put on a gentle expression, but his facial features were all twisted together. Sword of Sky Wind's breathing became much heavier. His eyes were filled with greed as he stared at Ningqi. "Nope." Ningqi smiled and turned his palm over. 8 top-grade second-grade earth spiritual pills appeared in his hand. The corner was filled with the fragrance of earth spiritual pills. Pan Long and Pan Long were overjoyed. However, they quickly reacted and snatched the earth spirit pill from Ningqi's hand. Their earthly celestial stage cultivation was not invincible in the city square. If those stronger cultivators discovered these level 2 earth spiritual pills, they would definitely snatch them from them. What else? Take them all out. I'll spare your life today. Tianfeng's sword grabbed Ningqi's neck and grinned. "What's that smell? It smells so good. Earth spiritual pills? I think it's coming from here." A few human immortals looked around. Pan Long scolded, "Get lost." The human immortals were startled and quickly left the place. They recognized Pan Long and knew what kind of business Pan Long and his brothers usually did. How could they dare to provoke him? "Someone is paying attention to this place. Hurry up." Pan Long's expression turned solemn. "Brat, why aren't you taking out the earth spirit pills?" Sword of Sky Wind gradually increased the strength of his palm. However, he did not see Ningqi's flushed face. Instead, Ningqi appeared calm and composed, completely ignoring the strength in his palm. "The ones who lured my senior sister away were your people, right?" Ningqi smiled faintly. Pan Long frowned slightly. "That's right, they're my brothers. They've already stalled that senior sister of yours. You want to wait for her to come back and save you? That's impossible. Even if she came back, would she be a match for us? Little brother, let me advise you to hand over the earth spirit pill, because you are disciples of the Xianjian sect. Go, I won't kill you today." When Pan Long said this, there was a trace of unconcealable killing intent in the depths of his eyes. Don't kill? That was impossible. Although he did not dare to make a move against the inner sect disciples of the Xianjian sect, he would definitely choose to kill a mere sweeping disciple. This was the only way to avoid future troubles. The Xianjian sect would not make a big fuss over the death of a sweeping disciple. This was the reason why Pan Long agreed to help Sword of Sky Wind. "You think you're luring the tiger away from the mountain, but are you sure that you've really lured the real tiger away?" Ningqi smiled. His spiritual will spread out like flowing water. He had already seen that Ing Zhinshuan had realized that something was amiss and was rushing back the way he came. Pan Long and Sword of Sky Wind looked at each other. The two of them were cautious and meticulous. After all, they often did business without any capital. At this moment, they also realized that Ningqi's attitude was not right. A mere great circle of the human immortal stage, facing two of them, one of whom was at the peak of the early stage of the earth immortal stage, was actually not afraid at all? Kill him first. Pan Long decisively sent a sound transmission. Sword of Sky Wind nodded and glanced at the ancient immortal ring on Ning Qi's finger. He thought that this was Ning Qi's spatial ring. He thought that killing Ning Qi and taking away this universe ring would only take a little more time. An incomparably majestic immortal spirit energy appeared in Sword of Sky Wind's palm and surged into Ning Qi's body. Then, Sword of Sky Wind confidently released his palm. In his eyes, Ning Qi was already a dead man. Seeing this, Pan Long reached out to grab the ancient immortal ring. In the end, the scene he had imagined was not what he had imagined. The ancient immortal ring was still on Ning Qi's finger, not moving at all. In the next moment, Pan Long suddenly realized that Ning Qi had moved, and in the blink of an eye, he had appeared in front of him. How could this be? Sword of Sky Wind was shocked. Ning Qi should be dead. You. Pan Long's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Just as he was about to make a move, Ning Qi's palm had already landed on top of his head. Boom! The mighty power directly destroyed Pan Long's physical body. Even his divine soul was not spared. Both his divine soul and divine soul were destroyed. Who the hell are you? Sword of Sky Wind's tone changed when he saw this scene, and his eyes revealed a trace of fear. Pan Long's cultivation was slightly higher than his, but such an existence was actually killed by a single palm? This was definitely not the combat power of a great circle human immortal. The Real Tiger. So it's him. So it's him. Sword of Sky Wind turned into a ray of light, but before he could fly more than 10 feet, he was stuck. There was a pair of slightly warm palms on his neck. In a hurry to leave? Ning Qi grabbed Sword of Sky Wind. No matter how the other party struggled, he could not resist the immense power in Ning Qi's palm. Junior brother Ning, this is... Ingzhen had finally found her way over. When she saw Sword of Sky Wind, she was slightly taken aback. Wasn't this the guy who had a foul mouth previously? Before Ning Qi could reply, Ingzhen mind raced. She understood what was going on, and her expression turned ugly. She had been tricked. And it was a low-level scheme at that. If Ning Qi was just an ordinary human immortal, he might already be dead. Thinking of this, Ingzhen moved her mind, and a flying sword pierced through Sword of Sky Wind's head, turning his brain into mush. No, don't kill me. Sword of Sky Wind was not completely dead yet. Ingzhen attack was not as overbearing as Ning Qi's, which could even turn one's soul into powder. Seeing this, Ning Qi's palm shook slightly, and Sword of Sky Wind's expression froze. He looked at Ning Qi with hatred. The next moment, his body disappeared inch by inch, and soon, he was nowhere to be seen. With a clang, an interspatial ring fell to the ground. Chapter 2338. Wow, so many people died again this time? What's going on in the ancient, immortal secret realm? Is it that terrifying? Wind Cloud Sect, Xianyang Sect, Square Sect, Honesty Sect, Mountain Destruction Sect, Xianjian Sect, TSK, they're all disciples of the major sections. Look at the wounds on that Wind Cloud Sect outer sect disciple. Doesn't it look like it was done by Xianjian Sect? Silence. This is not something we can discuss. At the entrance of the ancient immortal secret territory, the next cycle had arrived. All the living and dead in the ancient immortal secret territory were automatically transported to the entrance. Ning Qi looked around and saw no less than 100 corpses. Most of them were human immortals, but there were a few earth immortals. They weren't from Xianjian Sect, but from their clothes, they were probably inner sect disciples of Mountain Destruction Sect. Someone took away the corpse of his senior and junior brother angrily. Before he left, he glared at someone. Most of the corpses were collected, but there were a few that no one claimed, so the Wind Cloud Sect disciples collected them for the time being. If someone came to look for them in the future, they would still be able to find them. These corpses didn't represent all the people who died in the ancient immortal secret realm. Some immortals fought fiercely, and when they died, they didn't even leave a complete corpse behind. Like Pan Long and Sky Windsword, they were turned into ashes by Ningqi. Those who didn't die either left the place or went to the market. Some even waited where they were, as if they were planning to enter the ancient immortal secret realm again. Senior brother, is there anything good this time? My Zhang family will buy them all. Senior sister, do you have any ancient pills? I'm willing to exchange spirit jade pills and earth spirit pills. A large group of cultivators surrounded them, wanting to exchange for some unique treasures from the ancient immortal secret realm from the sect disciples who had just left the ancient immortal secret realm. Junior brother, let's go. Ying Zhenxuan smiled. Ningqi nodded. The two of them arrived at the entrance of the ancient immortal mystic ground. Apart from the two of them, there were already thousands of disciples gathered at the entrance of the ancient immortal mystic ground. There seemed to be an endless stream of disciples rushing over from afar. Junior brother Ning, usually only 1,000 to 2,000 people will enter during each cycle. This time, the ancient immortal mystic realm has caused a commotion, attracting many existences. Even the true disciples of the various sects have been attracted over. Those few are the true disciples of our Xianjian sect. You probably haven't seen them before, they are often not in the sect. Inside. Ying Zhenxuan transmitted her voice to Ningqi. Ningqi followed her gaze and looked over, only to see 5 young men and women with different appearances standing expressionlessly. They were dressed in Xianjian sect's unique successor disciple robes, and behind them, there were hundreds of disciples dressed in Xianjian sect's robes, half of which were outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples. Some of them had just arrived, while others were already in the ancient immortal mystic realm in the previous cycle. Not all the Xianjian sect disciples could stand behind the successor disciples. There were also many Xianjian sect disciples who stood in the crowd like Ningqi and Ying Zhenxuan. However, when they looked in the direction of the 5 successor disciples, their eyes would reveal a trace of envy. Is that Ying Zhenxuan from the missing moon peak? Hiss. The one beside her, could it be? Yes. It's him. I've seen him with my own eyes in this sect competition. Many Xianjian sect disciples noticed Ying Zhenxuan and Ningqi. A few female disciples looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and walked in front of the two of them. Senior sister Ying. They first bowed to Ying Zhenxuan, then looked at Ningqi curiously and fearfully. Senior brother Ning. These 3 Xianjian sect female disciples all had the cultivation of a perfected worldly immortal, and they were dressed in the robes of inner sect disciples, not outer sect disciples. Junior sister Du, junior sister Morong, junior sister Xiang. Ying Zhenxuan was slightly taken aback, but she nodded her head. She did not forget to send a voice transmission to Ningqi about the origins of these 3 women. Du Xuaning came from the Purple Bamboo Peak. She was the disciple of the Purple Bamboo Peak's Peak Master, Z. However, she was not very valued in the Purple Bamboo Peak. Morong Leiling was the same as Du Xuaning. She was also a disciple of the Purple Bamboo Peak. Although her surname was the same as the Golden Immortal Stage Elder of the Xianjian sect, Morong, she did not have much of a relationship with him. The last one was a disciple of the Flying Eagle Peak. The position of the Flying Eagle Peak in the Xianjian sect was slightly stronger than that of the Missing Moon Peak, but it was still limited. Ningqi smiled and nodded his head, greeting them. Seeing this, the 3 women heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. They thought that Ningqi would be very arrogant and disdainful to talk to them. But now, it seemed that Ningqi was much easier to get along with than those inner disciples. Senior sister Ying, senior brother Ning, are you going to the ancient immortal secret ground? Du Xuaning asked despite knowing the answer. Morong Leiling and Xiang Lan Yu looked at the two with anticipation. Yes. Ying Zhenxuan nodded indifferently. Although she recognized the three of them and had talked to them before in the sect, she was busy learning alchemy back then and wholeheartedly wanted to revitalize the missing moon peak. Whether it was the outer sect disciples or the inner sect disciples, she rarely came into contact with them, and because of the relationship between the other Xianjian sect disciples, they would not take the initiative to go to Ying Zhen Profound. As a result, Ying Zhenshuan could be considered to be alone in the Xianjian sect and had no friends. Senior Sister Ying, Senior Brother Ning, the three of us have accepted a sect mission this time. We are going to the ancient immortal secret ground to search for a spirit herb. I wonder if we can travel together with Senior Brother and Senior Sister? Du Xuaning seemed to be the boldest of the three. Even though she could tell that Ying Zhenshuan's attitude was cold, she still spoke up. Ying Zhenshuan was slightly startled, then looked at Ning Qi. At the same time, the actions of Du Xuaning and the other two seemed to have given the other Xianjian sect disciples some courage as they walked towards the two of them. In the distance, the 5 successor disciples looked at each other and their gazes landed on Ying Zhenshuan and Ning Qi. A trace of doubt flashed in their eyes. They recognized Ying Zhenshuan, but Ning Qi and the others had never seen her before. In their minds, Ying Zhenshuan had always been a lone ranger. Her cultivation was average, and the missing moon peak was a declining place. Disciples in the sect basically wouldn't choose to befriend her. But from the looks of it, Ying Zhenshuan seemed to be very popular? It's that guy Ning Beixian. Someone gritted his teeth as he looked at Ning Qi. Behind the 5 successor disciples, there were Golden Sun Peak disciples, as well as Dan Peak and De River Peak disciples. At first, they did not notice Ning Qi and Ying Zhenshuan. It was only when the other Xianjian sect disciples walked towards the two of them that a large group of disciples dressed in Xianjian sect robes naturally attracted their attention. They discovered the existence of the two of them. At this moment, a ripple appeared at the entrance of the ancient immortal secret ground. Chapter 2339. Go! The entrance to the ancient immortal mystic realm was wide open. Countless people swarmed in, as if entering first would give them an advantage. Ning Qi and Ying Zhenshuan quickly followed. Seeing this, Morong Leiling and Xiang Lan Yu looked at Du Xuaning. Come, let's follow them. Du Xuaning's eyes moved slightly. She quickly followed behind Ning Qi and the other two women. Seeing this, the other two women also quickly followed. Batch after batch of people disappeared into the entrance. Just as they were about to reach the entrance, Ying Zhenshuan suddenly grabbed Ning Qi's left arm. Du Xuaning gathered her courage and stepped forward to grab Ning Qi's right arm. Murong Leiling and Xiang Lan Yu grabbed Du Xuaning. Ning Qi glanced at Du Xuaning. When Du Xuaning and Ning Qi looked at each other, there was a trace of fear in their eyes. Ning Qi smiled and walked into the entrance of the ancient immortal mystic realm. Du Xuaning heaved a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Ning Qi would get angry. Just as the 5 of them were about to disappear into the entrance, Ning Qi suddenly felt a prickling sensation on his back. He was about to turn around to look when the scenery around them changed. They were now in a lush forest. Ying Zhenshuan looked at Du Xuaning and the other two with a frown. Du Xuaning quickly put on a fawning smile and said, Senior Sister Ying, the ancient immortal mystic realm has been too dangerous recently. Don't worry, the 3 of us will definitely not drag you down. Ying Zhenshuan's lips moved slightly. Just as she was about to speak, the sound of footsteps came from nearby. The 5 successor disciples of the Xianjian sect were the first to walk out of the dense forest. When they saw Ning Qi and Ying Zhenshuan, they stopped in their tracks, as if they were sizing them up with a scrutinizing gaze. Behind them stood a large group of Xianjian sect disciples. Many of them looked at Ning Qi with cold smiles in their eyes. Greetings, senior brothers. Ying Zhenshuan cupped her fists expressionlessly. Junior Sister Zhenxian, why did you bring a sweeping disciple to the ancient immortal secret realm? I've only been away from the sect for a few decades. The moonless peak wouldn't have declined to this extent, right? One of the direct disciples smiled and said. He looked similar to Pei Yong, and his eyes were also scarlet gold. Ning Qi glanced at this person's attribute. Other than his name and cultivation level, there was no difference between him and Pei Yong. He also had the surname Pei. Pei Kangol, Pei Yong's biological brother. Early heavenly immortal. I heard that he has a good relationship with Dan Pi. Ing Zhenxuan's voice rang in Ning Qi's ears. Then, she smiled at Pei Kangol. Senior brother Pei, you didn't come to the ancient immortal mystic realm just to chat with us, right? Hee hee. Pei Kangol nodded with a fake smile. That's true. With that, he ignored Ing Zhenxuan and smiled at the other 4 direct disciples. Let's go. A large group of people majestically left from Ning Qi and the rest, and many of them coldly glanced at Ning Qi when they passed by him. These people were all disciples of the Golden Sun Peak, Dan Peak and a River Peak, and the rest of the Xianjian sect disciples did not have that much hostility in their eyes when they looked at Ning Qi. Ing Zhenxuan heaved a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to leave with Ning Qi and the rest, Pei Kangol's voice rang out behind them. Ning Beixian, right? I heard that even junior brother He Zhe is no match for you? Pei Kangol looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. The 4 direct disciples beside him were also sizing up Ning Qi with curious gazes. A few of the Dan Peak disciples revealed a trace of pride in their eyes. They were the ones who had just told Pei Kangol about Ning Qi's deeds in the sect. Senior brother Pei won't cause trouble for senior brother Ning, right? Du Xuening and the other 2 girls were slightly shocked as they looked behind them in fear. Ning Qi paused and turned to look at Pei Kangol. He smiled. What's wrong? Senior brother Pei, we still have matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave first. Ing Zhenxuan cupped her hands with a serious expression. She sensed that Pei Kangol seemed to want to cause trouble for Ning Qi. If it was in the Xianjian sect, she would not be worried about what Pei Kangol would do. But this was the ancient, immortal mystic realm. Even if he did not kill Ning Qi because of his identity, it would still be troublesome if he were to injure Ning Qi. Isn't this kid a little arrogant? The other 4 direct disciples looked at each other. Ning Qi's current demeanor was completely different from those sweeping disciples who were afraid to death when they saw them. Even the geniuses of the inner sect had to be respectful when they saw them. Speaking of which, their status was even higher than those heavenly immortal peak masters. Junior sister Zhenxian, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I heard that other than junior brother He Zhe, even the direct disciples of the Feng Lin imperial family, Crimson Thunder Pavilion, Feng Lin Xianguang, were defeated by this kid? 100 years ago, I met Feng Lin Xianguang's big brother in the Feng Lin state. He said that he had a younger brother who had activated the ancestral dragon's bloodline. Amongst the earthly immortals, there are very few who are a match for him. Haha, I didn't expect that after not returning to the sect for a few decades, such a genius would appear in the sect. As a sweeping disciple, he defeated Feng Lin and Xian Guang. It really makes my hands itch. Pei Kangol smiled at Ning Qi. How about this? In order to prevent others from saying that I am bullying the weak, I will suppress my cultivation to the Earth Immortal Peak and fight with you. How about it? Let me see how strong you are to defeat Feng Lin Xianguang, a genius with the ancestral dragon's bloodline. Come on. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Ing Zhenxuan wanted to persuade him again, but Ning Qi winked at her. She immediately shut her mouth and retreated with Du Xuening and the other 2 without saying a word. Ning Beixian is going to lose today. Ha ha ha. Who asked him to be so arrogant? Senior brother Pei is an early heaven immortal. Even if he suppressed his cultivation, an earth immortal cannot be compared to him. The disciples of the Golden Sun Peak, Dan Peak and Dajiang Peak exchanged glances and looked at Ning Qi expectantly. Junior brother Pei, it wasn't luck that this kid could defeat Feng Lin Xianguang. Don't embarrass us direct disciples. The other 4 direct disciples were hesitant and tried to persuade him. If Pei Kangol wanted to use the power of a heaven immortal to suppress Ningqi, they wouldn't be worried at all. However, Pei Kangol wanted to suppress his power to the earth immortal peak on purpose. Don't worry, Pei Kangol smiled. Then, his aura dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, it was no different from those earth immortal peak cultivators. Ning Beixian, I'll let you have 3 moves first. Pei Kangol looked at Ningqi with a smile and said. No need. Let's fight. Ningqi said faintly. Pei Kangol's eyes flashed with surprise. Then, he grinned. You said it yourself. Since you don't want me to let you have 3 moves, then I'll let you see the true sword technique of my Xianjian sect. As soon as he finished speaking, an immortal sword appeared from the void and floated in front of Pei Kangol. The 4 direct disciples and the disciples of the Xianjian sect were shocked when they saw this, because the aura of this immortal sword far exceeded that of a supreme-grade immortal artifact. Dao artifact? Impossible! Chapter 2340. So junior brother Pei found a pseudo-Dao artifact. Although it's not a true low-grade Dao artifact, there are traces of the heavenly Dao on it. It should have some Dao power in it. It's much stronger than a supreme-grade immortal artifact. Junior brother Pei disappeared for more than 10 years in the last few reincarnations. Could it be that he obtained this pseudo-Dao artifact in the ancient immortal secret realm? It's possible. He even hid it from us. Because of the appearance of this immortal sword, the other 4 successor disciples of the Xianjian sect looked at Pei Kangol strangely. Even though they had a high position in the Xianjian sect, the magic treasure they carried with them was still only a top-grade immortal equipment, and only the top few people had inferior Dao artifacts. Now that Pei Kangol, who was on the same level as them, had obtained a pseudo-Dao artifact, they felt it was unfair. Senior brother Pei isn't using an immortal artifact, right? Is that a Dao artifact? This feeling. I feel like I'll be crushed to pieces if I touch it. Haha, if it really is a pseudo-Dao artifact, Ning Beixian will definitely die. This is a magic treasure that only golden immortals and the top geniuses can possess. It seems like even our Black Sword ancestor is only using a low-grade Dao artifact. Senior brother, is a pseudo-Dao artifact that strong? How much stronger can it be than a supreme-grade immortal artifact? No matter what, it's not a complete Dao artifact after all. Its power should be limited, right? You don't understand. There are traces of the great Dao on a Dao artifact. The strength of a Dao artifact depends on how many traces there are. No matter how weak a pseudo-Dao artifact is, it still has at least one trace of the great Dao. This is the power closest to the heavenly Dao. Even if dozens of supreme-grade immortal artifacts were combined, they might not be much stronger. A pseudo-Dao artifact. I see. Junior brother Ning, you have to be careful. Pei Kangol's immortal sword is not ordinary. It might have traces of the great Dao. It's a pseudo-Dao artifact. Ing Zhenshuan immediately sent a message to Ningqi. Even if it was 9 swords, Li Chongtong, and the others, they might not have been suppressed by Ningqi if they had a pseudo-Dao artifact. Not to mention, Pei Kangol's true cultivation was at the early stage heaven immortal stage. Although he suppressed it to the perfected earth immortal stage, who could be sure that he wouldn't use it during the battle? The means of a heavenly immortal? Ningqi's eyes moved slightly and locked onto the immortal sword in front of Pei Kangol. He sensed a very familiar aura from it. This kind of smell, the Immortal Lord token also had it, but the Immortal Lord token's aura was countless times stronger than its. Ningqi had once suspected that this smell was a power that ordinary people could not control. Now that he saw this pseudo-Dao treasure, Ningqi was even more certain that it was the so-called big that Ing Zhenshuan mentioned. Tao traces came from the power of the heavenly Tao. Just like the power of the laws, they were rather special. However, compared to the power of the laws, the great Tao traces were much stronger. Are you scared? Pei Kangle's eyes revealed a mocking smile when he saw Ning Qi's serious expression. In the next moment, his aura suddenly changed. An incomparably sharp sword intent surged toward Ning Qi like a tidal wave. At the same time, the immortal sword in front of him also moved. At this instant, everyone could clearly see it. Because the immortal sword emitted a special power that was different from the immortal Qi. This power seemed to be of an extremely high level. Just a little bit was enough to make everyone present, including the core disciples, feel a chill in their hearts and sweat on their foreheads. At this moment, the immortal Qi in their bodies was intimidated by this power, as though it had lost its vitality. It was like those lowly mortals suddenly seeing the king of a country. It felt as though they could not resist it. With this pseudo-Tao treasure, Junior Brother Pei's battle prowess will increase by at least a few times. I'm afraid none of us will be his match. The ancient immortal mystic ground has changed. Many ancient immortal treasures have appeared. There might even be a Tao treasure among them. We still have hope. That's right. The few true disciples looked at each other before focusing their attention on Ning Qi. I heard that this kid's physical body is extremely strong. I wonder if he can withstand Junior Brother Pei's sword? No matter how strong his physical body is, he's only at the perfected human immortal realm. How can he be stronger than the great Tao traces? Unless he becomes a heavenly immortal, then he might just be able to withstand it. At this time, the immortal sword had already rushed in front of Ning Qi. The terrifying aura on its body intensified. What kind of great Tao traces does this immortal sword contain? I can't tell. Unless Junior Brother Pei uses his full strength, he might be able to see a thing or two. Junior Brother Ning, Senior Brother Ning, Ying Zhinshuan, Du Xuaning, and the other girls were worried when they saw Ning Qi standing there in a daze, as if he was stunned by Pei Kangle's power. Ha! Ning Beixian is scared out of his wits. How dare he act so arrogantly in front of us? In the end, he still has to kneel in front of the core disciples. Today's matter must be reported back and let the other senior brothers see it so that they can vent their anger. Someone took out an image recording stone unique to the world of immortals and filmed Ning Qi. He wanted to bring the scene of Ning Qi being suppressed by Pei Kangle back to the sect. At that moment, Ning Qi finally made his move. A three-pointed, double-edged blade had appeared in his hand at some point in time, and he ruthlessly slashed at the immortal sword. What a joke! A piece of trash that isn't even an immortal weapon wants to go against my pseudo-Tao weapon? Pei Kangle scanned the three-pointed, double-edged saber with his spiritual will and found that it was an extremely ordinary weapon, probably the kind used by mortals. Not only did it not have any traces of weapon refinement, but it also did not have any immortal spiritual qi or special patterns. It was such an ordinary weapon, but the other party actually took it out, using his pseudo-Tao weapon to fight head-on? Break! The corner of Pei Kangle's mouth curled up as he shouted. Clang! It did break, but it was Pei Kangle's pseudo-Tao weapon that broke. After the immortal sword was slashed by Ning Qi's three-pointed, double-edged saber, the traces of great Tao on it disappeared, and the terrifying aura that shocked everyone also disappeared. Then, a very straight crack appeared on the body of the flying sword. Then, in front of everyone, it turned into a pile of fragments with a clang and fell to the ground. The luster on these fragments had disappeared, as if they had become ordinary iron weapons, and no one could see that there was a secondary Tao on them. Traces of a weapon. Pfft! Pei Kangle spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were wide open as he looked at the pile of fragments on the ground in disbelief. The pseudo-Tao weapon that he had painstakingly obtained was destroyed by his opponent just like that? How was this possible? The other four core disciples were also stunned. They looked at the three-pointed, double-edged saber in Ning Qi's hand and scanned it with their divine will. In the end, they found that it was just an ordinary weapon. Chapter 23:41. If it wasn't for the fact that Ning Qi had a magic treasure that was even stronger than a pseudo-Dao artifact, then, with just his own strength, he could shatter a pseudo-Dao artifact? It was hard for the four successor disciples to imagine what kind of fighting power a perfected stage human immortal would have to have in order to do this. Even if they were both at the early stage of the Sky Immortal stage, it was impossible for them to destroy a pseudo-Dao artifact just like that. How could this be? The group of Xianjian sect disciples behind the five of them looked at this scene in astonishment. Some of them even rubbed their eyes, thinking that they had seen wrongly. Senior brother Ning is so strong? Du Xuanning and the other two girls were dumbstruck. Their faces seemed to have been petrified. The three of them had already felt the power of the immortal sword from the side. If they were to face this immortal sword, they would definitely die without a complete corpse and their souls would be destroyed. Junior brother Ning is really... You always give people surprises. Ying Zhenxuan's eyes revealed a trace of a smile as she looked at Pei Kangol with slight ridicule. The destruction of a pseudo-Dao artifact should be enough to make him feel pain, right? Do you still want to fight, senior brother Pei? Ning Qi put away his three-pointed, double-edged blade and said indifferently. You destroy me. Dao artifact. Pei Kangol retracted his gaze from the fragment and gritted his teeth as he looked at Ning Qi. Blood dyed his teeth red, and he looked like an evil spirit that had just crawled out of hell. He no longer had the bearing of a leader, and there was only hatred in his eyes. There will always be winners and losers in a spar. It's inevitable. Senior brother Pei, take it easy. Ning Qi smiled and comforted him. Good. You let me get over it. I've seen it through. The spar is not over yet, come again. Pei Kangol laughed angrily. He still had a top-grade immortal sword, but he had learned his lesson and did not plan to take it out this time. Instead, he planned to use an immortal technique to kill Ning Qi. Regardless of whether Ning Qi was a disciple of the Xianjian sect or not, he had to kill Ning Qi to resolve the hatred in his heart. Dark Dragon Curse Kill Technique. Pei Kangol growled with a gloomy expression. Then, a ray of light flashed in the void. In the next moment, a black dragon appeared out of thin air. If not for the different aura, Ning Qi would have thought that Pei Kangol had used the same method as Yuan Long, the ancient demon poison. As soon as the black dragon appeared, before it even got close to Ning Qi, many red lines appeared on the surface of Ning Qi's skin, as if there were red earthworms crawling under his skin. At the same time, Pei Kangol spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was a little dispirited. Junior brother Pei actually used such a killer move. It seems like he really hates this kid. Humph. Pei Wuchen sighed. One of the core disciples smirked and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. He seemed to be gloating over Pei Kangol's failure to hide the fact that he had a lesser Dao artifact. The other three true disciples didn't say anything, and their expressions were grave. They wanted to see how Ning Qi would deal with this move. Logically speaking, if he could destroy a pseudo-Dao treasure, there was no reason for him to die to this move. Dark Dragon Curse Killing Skill? Pei Kangol, you actually used a killing move. Junior brother Ning is from the same sect. Aren't you afraid that the Patriarch will blame you? Ying Zhenxuan's expression changed drastically as she yelled at Pei Kangol angrily. At the same time, she was a little flustered. Ning Qi's physical strength was indeed very strong, but his cultivation was only at the perfected human immortal stage. The Dark Dragon Curse Killing skill was a level 4 immortal technique with extremely high lethality. The user would suffer a huge backlash of blood essence, which would increase the power of the technique and directly injure the opponent from within. To put it bluntly, it was a type of curse. With Pei Kangle's strength, he could kill people from tens of thousands of miles away. If it was cast by a golden immortal, it could also kill people without leaving a trace, even if the distance was not far from a planet. Brother from the same sect? What a joke. I'm a core disciple, and he's just a disciple sweeping the floor. What right does he have to call me brother? He even destroyed my Tao artifact. I'm already giving you face by killing him with a curse. Ingzhen, if you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, I'll extract his soul and suppress it for 10,000 years. We'll see. Pei Kangle said savagely. With that, he ignored Ingzhen and looked at Ning Qi with a sinister smile. The red lines that appeared on Ning Qi's body proved that the power of the Dark Dragon curse-killing skill had already entered his body. Next, Ning Qi's skin would peel off piece by piece, and his body would melt. Finally, his soul would be devoured by the Dark Dragon. If the Dark Dragon couldn't devour the opponent, Pei Kangle would suffer a second backlash. That was why the 4 core disciples were surprised that Pei Kangle would use such a vicious curse. The Dark Dragon seemed to have a mind of its own. It flew around Ning Qi, occasionally glancing at him, as though it was waiting for something. At this moment, Ning Qi's exposed skin was already covered with red lines, including his cheeks and eyes. A special power was wreaking havoc in Ning Qi's body. Ning Qi channeled all his immortal qi to suppress it, but the immortal qi was far from being a match for this power. It was constantly being beaten back. When the immortal qi completely returned to his Dan Si, Ning Qi's body would be invaded by this power. With this power invading his body, the only outcome would be death. The corner of Pei Kangle's mouth almost reached his ears. He looked at Ning Qi with satisfaction. He wanted to watch Ning Qi slowly die in pain. Those who were struck by the Dark Dragon curse would watch helplessly as their flesh fell piece by piece and their bodies melted inch by inch. This was an extremely painful process for anyone. It's been 15 minutes, right? If this kid is really a perfected human immortal, he would have died in less than 3 breaths. It seems like he has indeed concealed his cultivation. Perhaps he has a special constitution, similar to the ancestral dragon bloodline of the Fenglin royalty. Didn't Fenglin Xian Guang lose to him? His bloodline might be even higher than the ancestral dragons. I didn't expect such an interesting person to appear in the sect in just a few decades. It's a pity that he's going to die in the hands of junior brother Pei today. The 4 core disciples looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile as they communicated through voice transmission. The disciples of Golden Sun Peak, Great River Peak, and Elixir Peak all stared at Ning Qi, anticipating the moment of his death. Ingzhen eyes flashed with regret. If she knew this would happen, she wouldn't have allowed Ning Qi to come to the ancient immortal mystic realm with her. As if sensing that Ning Qi couldn't hold on any longer, the Dark Dragon stopped and moved its head closer to Ning Qi. A tongue stuck out from its mouth. The moment its tongue touched Ning Qi, a silver light flashed. With a bang, the Dark Dragon turned into dust. The red lines on Ning Qi's body disappeared. At the same time, Pei Kangle spat out a mouthful of blood. His legs went soft as he knelt on the ground. Chapter 2342. Junior Brother Pei's Dark Dragon Curse Failed? Looking at Junior Brother Pei's appearance, the backlash is not light. This kid is indeed pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. His cultivation can't be at the perfected worldly immortal stage. Maybe he's the same as you and me, a heavenly immortal. The other 4 successor disciples' expressions gradually turned serious. The Xianjian sect disciples behind them saw Pei Kangle suffer under Ning Qi's hands one after another. The shock in their hearts could no longer be expressed with words. They could only stare blankly at Ning Qi with disbelief in their eyes. Senior sister, let's go. Ning Qi smiled at Ingzhen, glanced at Pei Kangle indifferently, then turned around and left. Just now, His silver dragon tattoo moved again. That dark dragon was killed by the silver dragon tattoo. Seeing this, Ing Zhenxuan quickly followed. Let's go too. Du Xuening transmitted her voice to Murong Leiling and Lan Yu. Pei Kangol stared at Ning Qi's back with a trace of anger and shock in his eyes. He really wanted to stop Ning Qi, but his pseudo-Dao artifact had been destroyed and even the dark dragon curse had failed. He had a deep sense of doubt and fear towards Ning Qi's true strength. In the end, Pei Kangol did not choose to make a move and watched as Ning Qi and the others disappeared from his sight. Junior brother Pei, how's your injury? Do you want to leave the ancient immortal secret realm first and recuperate before coming in? The other 4 successor disciples walked to Pei Kangol's side, and one of them said indifferently with a trace of ridicule in his eyes. No need. Pei Kangol gritted his teeth and shook his head. He took out a pill and swallowed it. In front of everyone, he began to heal his injuries. He had consumed a 3rd-grade low-grade healing immortal pill, which could recover 70% to 80% of his heavy injuries in a short period of time. Right now, the ancient immortal secret realm was in a state of abnormality. At any time, there would be ancient pills and ancient immortal artifacts appearing. If he missed this opportunity, the gains would not make up for the losses. I will slowly settle this score with you when I return to the Xianjian sect, Pei Kangol thought coldly. Along the way, Du Xuening and the other 2 girls were secretly sizing up Ning Qi, as if they were wondering why Ning Qi could defeat Pei Kangol again and again with his perfected human immortal cultivation. Junior brother Ning, Pei Kangol and Pei Yong are different. Although the 2 brothers were born from the same mother, Pei Kangol's character is much more sinister and vicious. When he was ranked as a true disciple, there was a senior brother whose aptitude was comparable to his, but that senior brother never returned to Xian after he went out on a mission. Many people in the sword sect suspect that it was Pei Kangol who did it. Junior apprentice brother Ning, you have to be careful. Ing Zhenxuan looked at Ning Qi worriedly. Du Xuening and the other 2 nodded subconsciously, but then stopped abruptly. After all, it was not up to them to discuss the matter of the successor disciple. Does the old ancestor not care about this? Ning Qi said lightly. There's no evidence. It's just a guess. Even the old ancestor can't say anything. Ing Zhenxuan shook her head. Don't worry. Earlier, he received a backlash from that immortal technique and suffered quite a serious injury. If he wants to attack me again, he will have to reconsider. Ning Qi smiled. When he left, Pei Kangol didn't make a move. This meant that Pei Kangol was afraid of him and didn't dare to act rashly. There was no need to consider this matter for the time being. That's true. Ing Zhenxuan smiled. The ancient immortal secret ground was huge, at least 1/10 of the entire Yingzhou. After many years of exploration, it was divided into 3 parts. They were the Immortal Tomb, Pill Tomb, and Weapon Tomb. Among them, the Immortal Tomb was the most dangerous. The ancient demon's poison also came from the Immortal Tomb. In the beginning, someone found an ancient demon's arm there. That was the closest thing to the ancient era found since the ancient immortal secret ground was opened. Later, the arm was taken away by the Yuqing sect. No one knew what happened after that. Since then, broken limbs of various sizes would often appear in the immortal tomb, but even the most complete one couldn't compare to the ancient demon's arm. As for the pill tomb and weapon tomb, it was because most of the ancient immortal elixirs and ancient immortal weapons were found in these 2 places. Over time, these 2 names came into being. Ning Qi's group was in the immortal tomb, the most dangerous place in the ancient immortal secret ground, but also the place with the most opportunities. It's the 100-year vermilion fruit. Du Xuening suddenly let out a cry of surprise, and then quickly rushed in a certain direction. There was a huge blue stone with a green grass growing on it, and 7 or 8 red fruits the size of a pinky finger hanging on it. Danger. Ing Zhenxuan's expression changed. Based on her experience and intuition, She could feel that something very dangerous was hidden under the green rock. Murong Leiling and Xiang Lanyu, who were about to run over, stopped immediately. However, Du Xuaning seemed to only have eyes for the vermilion fruit. She didn't hear Ing Zhenxuan's warning at all. She jumped on the green rock happily, ready to pick all the vermilion fruit. Just then, an extremely terrifying aura came from under the green rock. Du Xuaning's body stiffened instantly. A palm-sized scorpion appeared in front of Du Xuaning. Although it was small, its aura made Du Xuaning unable to move. Dragon Scorpion. A mid-stage Earth immortal dragon scorpion. Ing Zhenxuan's expression was solemn. The scorpion's tail was unusual. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a dragon's head, bearing its fangs. Bang! The green rock instantly shattered, and the dragon scorpion standing on it was also smashed to pieces. Ningqi reached out and grabbed the vermilion fruits with one hand and Du Xuaning with the other. Ning, senior brother Ning, thank you. Du Xuaning was still in a state of shock. She quickly thanked Ningqi with a stutter. With her perfected human immortal cultivation, she would have died without Ning Qi's help. Although the poison in the dragon scorpion's body wasn't as strong as the ancient demon's poison, it wasn't too far off. But at least for a perfected human immortal like her, the two had the same effect. Junior sister Du, I've already warned you. If you act on your own again, you can leave by yourself. Ing Zhenxuan walked in front of the two, and looked at Du Xuaning coldly. Du Xuaning's face turned red. She quickly said, Senior sister Ing, I was wrong. Take it. Ning Qi glanced at the vermilion fruit in his hand, and threw it to Du Xuaning. Du Xuaning was startled and looked at Ning Qi in surprise. Although she found the vermilion fruit first, it was Ning Qi who killed the dragon scorpion and got the vermilion fruit. If it wasn't for Ning Qi, she might have lost her life today. How would she dare to take the vermilion fruit? Senior brother Ning, I can't take it. Du Xuaning shook her head. Ing Zhenxuan looked at Ning Qi and Du Xuaning and said, Junior brother Ning told you to take it. Just take it. This. Thank you, senior brother Ning, senior sister Ing. Du Xuaning's face turned red and she lowered her head to thank them. Ning Qi had already checked. The so-called 100-year vermilion fruit was calculated in the immortal world. If it was in the outside world, such as the endless heaven star, the spiritual energy wouldn't reach the level of these 100-year vermilion fruits without hundreds of thousands of years. However, compared to the fruits Ning Qi got from the Nether River Palace's jade pool, these vermilion fruits paled in comparison. According to the immortal world's standards, there were at least 110,000-year vermilion fruits in his interspatial bag. Boom! Everyone looked in the same direction, only to see a loud noise suddenly coming from there, accompanied by a familiar aura. Pseudo-Dao artifact? Dao artifact? Ing Zhenxuan's face changed. Let's go take a look. Chapter 2343. Thousands of miles away from Ningqi, Ing Zhenxuan, and the rest, a gigantic hammer floated in the air. The hammer was covered in ancient runes and exuded an ancient aura. Most eye-catching of all was the broken arm that was holding the hammer tightly. The arm was as big as a small mountain. It was so big that one could imagine how big its body was. All immortals who got too close to the hammer would be attacked. The explosion just now had been caused by the hammer's attack. By the time Ning Qi and the others arrived, quite a few immortals had already been smashed into minced meat. The ground was littered with giant craters. Low-grade Dao artifact. This is a real Dao artifact. Someone exclaimed. The disciples of the various sects swarmed over and stared at the hammer greedily. Pei Kangol and the rest were among them. The aura that the hammer exuded was hundreds of times thicker than Pei Kangol's broken pseudo-Dao artifact. This was enough to prove that it was a real low-grade Dao artifact. Only Daluo Golden Immortals had the right to use a Dharma treasure of this grade. Wow, there seem to be many traces of the great Tao on it. Even among the low-grade Tao artifacts, it's one of the best. That's right. If we can get our hands on this Tao artifact, we'll be able to defend ourselves even against a golden immortal cultivator. The ancient immortal mystic realm has been active for so long. All that appeared before were incomplete ancient immortal treasures and ancient pills. We didn't even see a single pseudo-Tao artifact. The legacy disciple glanced at Pei Kangle. Maybe one or two pseudo-Tao artifacts appeared, but a real low-grade Tao artifact. This is the first time we've seen one. Pei Kangle didn't seem to notice the mockery of the others. His eyes were fixed on the giant hammer, and a trace of greed appeared in his eyes. However, he didn't let greed get to his head. What really made people not dare to act rashly was definitely not the giant hammer, but the arm that was holding it. The arm of an ancient immortal. These traitors are still causing trouble after they're dead? They don't deserve to be called immortals. They should be in cahoots with those demons. I wonder how strong this ancient immortal was when he was alive. Why don't we join forces and test him out? Let's wait and see. The situation is still unclear. Not only were there true disciples of the Xianjian sect, but also the Wind and Cloud sect, the Four-Way sect, the Honesty sect, the Mountain Destruction sect, and the Profound Sun sect. Apart from these 5 true disciples who were not weaker than the Xianjian sect, there were also dozens of famous true disciples in Yingzhou. They looked at the giant hammer with greed and vigilance. His eyes darted around. Other than that, some itinerant celestial immortals who did not belong to any sect could also enter the ancient immortal secret realm after paying a sum of immortal stones because of their cultivation level. They seemed to be a small group, and there were about 20 to 30 of them. Speaking of which, compared to sects that only had 4 or 5 true disciples, they were much more powerful. This was because this force could not be underestimated. Junior Brother Ning, this is the arm left behind by an ancient immortal. It seems to still have a trace of spirituality left in it. If it controls this low-grade Tao artifact, I'm afraid that it won't be easy for everyone here to seize it. A large number of people will die. If that happens, everyone will be able to hold each other back. It's not even enough to take it down. Ing Zhenxuan said telepathically. Du Xuanning and the other 2 girls looked at the giant hammer with envy. They knew that such a low-grade Tao artifact would eventually fall into the hands of a true disciple or a sect. It would never fall into the hands of an inner sect disciple like them. Moreover, they did not have enough strength to suppress that ancient immortal's arm. The arm of an ancient immortal. Ning Qi looked at the arm that held the giant hammer and felt a sense of familiarity in his heart. He touched the ancient immortal godly ring on his finger. Because of this ring, he had another identity, the successor of an ancient immortal. From this familiar feeling, he could tell that this arm originally belonged to an ancient immortal. From this familiar feeling, he could tell that the owner of this arm should be an ancient immortal. The great war of immortals and demons ended so long ago, but a broken limb still has a trace of spirituality. Its owner must have been an amazing ancient immortal, at least an existence above the zenith heaven golden immortal. Xianjian sect, Profound Sun sect, Four-Way sect, Honesty sect, Mountain Destruction sect, let's work together to suppress it, and then we'll divide this Tao artifact. The true disciple of the Wind Cloud sect suddenly said. Pei Kangle and the rest heard him and looked at each other, not saying a word. But from the Mountain Destruction sect's side, there was a strong man who looked like a small giant. He glanced at the Wind Cloud sect coldly. Work together? After we suppress it, I'm afraid this Tao artifact will fall into the hands of your Wind Cloud sect. Your Wind Cloud sect sent 9 true disciples, while my Mountain Destruction sect only sent me. People. Profound Sun sect, Four-Way sect, and Honesty sect didn't send many people either. Together. The strong man looked at Xianjian sect again. We don't even have as many people as you and Xianjian sect. How do you expect us to suppress it together with you? That's right. The true disciples of Xianyang sect, Four-Way sect, and Honesty sect looked at each other and nodded. Either cooperate or get lost. Nyo Haishi, since you know that your Mountain Destruction sect only sent one person, then shut up, or else we'll work together to suppress you first. Pei Kangol glanced at the strong man coldly. Nyo Haishi was right. After suppressing this ancient immortal's arm, their Xianjian sect and Wind Cloud sect had the best chance of obtaining the hammer. Pei Kangol had just had his inferior Dao artifact destroyed by Ning Qi, so he was determined to get his hands on this true low-grade Dao artifact. Seeing Blackstone's strange tone, he naturally didn't have the patience to negotiate with him and directly berated him. Pei Kangol, if you have the guts, come and suppress me. Nyo Haishi was furious. Everyone, now is not the time for us to argue. Hurry up and suppress this ancient immortal's arm. With the power of its Dao artifact, how long do you think the ancient immortal secret realm can withstand it? The surrounding void is no longer very stable. Someone from the Wind Cloud sect spoke plainly. With that, Nyo Haishi and Pei Kangol fell silent. The other true disciples looked at this person with a tinge of fear. Then, they looked around carefully. Indeed, the void was rippling. It was not as stable as before, as though it would collapse at any moment. It was as though it would collapse at any moment. Linghu Yuanqiu, your cultivation is the strongest among us. Why don't you tell us how we should cooperate? I don't believe what others say. Nyo Haishi said to the Wind Cloud sect true disciple. Chapter 2344. How about this? Linghu Yuanqiu looked calmly at the group of itinerant celestial immortals. A Dao item is not something you can possess. Even if it falls into your hands, you won't be able to take it away. Just watch from the sidelines and don't interfere. Understood? What? The itinerant celestial immortals who had been eyeing the hammer greedily had ugly looks on their faces. This group of sect heirs actually wanted them to watch from the sidelines? They were not allowed to lay their hands on the Dao item? That was too overbearing. Such a low-grade Dao item naturally belongs to whoever gets it. What right do you have to stop us from interfering? One of the itinerant celestial immortals could not help but ask. Just because we are the heirs of our sect, do you think that golden immortal outside the Wind and Cloud sect will let you leave after taking this Dao item? If you can't even take it away, why make an enemy out of us? Linghu Yuanqiu said calmly. The itinerant celestial immortals exchanged glances, their faces livid. But Linghu Yuanqiu's words made sense. They could take away ordinary items. A sect as large as the Wind and Cloud sect would not do something like killing and robbing. As long as they could bring it out of the secret realm, it would belong to them. After all, they had paid a hefty sum of immortal stones to enter the secret realm. But if it was a low-grade Dao item that even golden immortals would covet, they would not be able to get more than 10 zhang away from the entrance of the secret realm. They would be immediately suppressed by the golden immortal of the Wind and Cloud sect because they were itinerant celestial immortals with no backing or backing. Don't worry. Once we suppress the arm left behind by the traitor, we will not mistreat you. Linghu Yuanqiu said calmly. The itinerant celestial immortals looked much better. No matter what compensation Linghu Yuanqiu would give them, at least his words would not embarrass them too badly. Then we will do as Brother Linghu says. The itinerant celestial immortals cupped their fists and retreated a few hundred zhang, as if they had nothing to do with it. One of the early-stage celestial immortals seemed to glance at Ning Qi as he retreated. When Ning Qi turned back to catch the gaze, he could no longer tell who it belonged to. The owner of that gaze just now should be the same person as the one before. Ning Qi's gaze gradually became serious. At the very least, He was sure that an initial stage heavenly immortal was watching him from the shadows. All right. The rest is between us. I, Linghu Yuanqiu, swear to the heavenly Tao that we will work together to suppress this traitorous arm. After that, we will use a fair method to decide the ownership of this Tao artifact. Linghu Yuanqiu said as he swept his gaze at Pei Kangol and the others. All right, I trust Brother Linghu. Niu Haishi nodded slowly. That's settled then. Then let's work together to suppress it. The core disciples of the other sects also nodded in agreement. When the surrounding disciples saw this, they instantly became nervous. Perhaps an extremely exciting battle was about to begin. The arm of the ancient immortal held a giant hammer and floated silently in midair. It did not move, as though as long as no one dared to provoke it, it would not treat them as enemies. Go! Linghu Yuanqiu let out a cold roar. Following this, a few dozen core disciples immediately executed their respective moves to suppress the arm of the ancient immortal. Roar! Everyone seemed to hear an angry roar. The ancient immortal arm did not have a mouth, so it naturally could not make such an angry roar. The source of the angry roar might have been the last bit of spirituality left in the ancient immortal arm. All sorts of immortal arts rained down on the arm of the ancient immortal, while the arm swung its giant hammer to meet the immortal arts. Boom! With just one attack, Linghu Yuanqiu and the others spat out a mouthful of blood. All their immortal arts were shattered by the giant hammer and dissipated into the air. However, everyone could clearly sense that the ancient immortal's arm's aura weakened a little after this attack. Its spirituality is about to disappear. As long as we hold on, we will definitely be able to suppress it. Linghu Yuanqiu's voice rang out again. Ning Qi and the others had already retreated far away. The attacks from the arm of the ancient immortal and Linghu Yuanqiu's group were extremely ferocious. If they were not careful, they would be caught in the shockwaves. Even Ning Qi would not be able to withstand it, let alone the others. In the blink of an eye, only Linghu Yuanqiu's group was left on the battlefield. The ancient immortal's arm that was constantly struggling in the middle of their encirclement. Its aura was getting weaker and weaker. Junior Brother Ning, based on the situation, it won't be long before this Tao treasure falls into their hands, Yingzhenxuan said. Although there was a trace of envy in her tone, it was not too obvious. To her, her goal in coming to the ancient immortal mystic realm was to obtain all sorts of pills that could increase one's lifespan. As for Tao treasures and whatnot, she was only here to watch the show. It had nothing to do with her. Yingzhenxuan did not notice that Ning Qi's eyes were filled with killing intent. It was not directed at the arm of the ancient immortal, but at Linghu Yuanqiu and the others. Suddenly, a flying sword flew over like a bolt of lightning, piercing into Ning Qi's body. This scene caught Yingzhenxuan and the others by surprise. Was this the shockwave of the battle? No. Linghu Yuanqiu and the others knew how powerful Tao treasures were. They could not use their Dharma treasures to fight against it, as that would only damage their own Dharma treasures. Moreover, the direction of this flying sword was coming from behind them. Someone was ambushing Ning Qi, and they wanted to kill him in one blow. The flying sword gave off the aura of a superior grade immortal treasure. To possess such a grade of Dharma treasure, one had to be at least an earthly immortal or even a heavenly immortal. Who wants to kill Junior Brother Ning? Someone is ambushing Senior Brother Ning? Yingzhenxuan, Du Xuaning, and the other two girls turned their heads in unison, wanting to see who the owner of the flying sword was. The nearby disciples saw this scene and quietly retreated a distance away. Such a scene was very common in the ancient immortal mystic realm. Most of them were enemies seeking revenge. The flying sword's target was originally Ning Qi's head. However, the moment it entered his body, Ning Qi shifted his position, causing it to pierce through his shoulder. At this moment, An endless stream of sword intent was madly surging into Ning Qi's body, intending to destroy his vitality. Ning Qi expressionlessly reached out to grab the flying sword and shook it. In the next moment, the superior-grade flying sword was directly shattered by Ning Qi. The wound on Ning Qi's body also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the distance, a pair of vicious eyes met Ning Qi's in the crowd of itinerant cultivators. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 2345. Yingzhenxuan followed Ning Qi's gaze and saw the Heaven Immortal who made a move. She was slightly stunned. A rogue Heaven Immortal actually dared to attack a disciple of the Xianjian sect? Could it be that it was because Ning Qi was wearing the Xianjian sect's disciple uniform that the other party had such guts? Du Xuening and the other two girls also found the Heaven Immortal, and a trace of bewilderment flashed across their eyes. At this moment, the other party was just looking at Ning Qi, and did not make any further movements. They knew that the other party did not dare to brazenly attack because Pei Kangol and the other successor disciples of the Xianjian sect were present. And, Junior Apprentice Brother Ning, do you know this person? Yingzhenxuan looked at Ning Qi and transmitted a message. She thought that this guy might be Ning Qi's enemy, and happened to meet him in the ancient immortal mystic realm. I don't know him. Ning Qi had a tinge of doubt in his eyes. Ever since he entered the ancient immortal mystic realm, he had been watching him. Just now, he had even glanced at him. Immediately after, he killed him. He didn't seem like a lunatic with no purpose. Instead, he seemed like an assassin, however, who would hire an early-stage heavenly immortal assassin to kill him. Ning Qi couldn't think of anything, not because he didn't have a target, but because he had too many targets. The inner and outer sect disciples that he had offended in the Xianjian sect, and even the true disciples, could all do such a thing. Elixir Peak? Golden Sun Peak? Dajiang Peak? Even Yi Tian, Yi Rulong, and Jiang Kuan were suspects. Thinking of this, Ning Qi transmitted to the celestial immortal, "Who told you to kill me?" "No one, I just don't like you." The celestial immortal's voice was rather hoarse. "You want to kill me because you don't like me? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Do you believe that I won't shout right now and let the true disciples of the sect suppress you?" Ning Qi sneered and transmitted his voice. As a result, as soon as he finished speaking, the other party flashed and decisively left the place. Ning Qi's expression became more and more serious. He could see that the other party would not give up so easily and would definitely wait for an opportunity to act in the dark. "Junior Apprentice Brother Ning, this person has left." Yingzhenxuan let out a sigh of relief. "Senior sister, you guys have to be careful. They don't have good intentions," Ning Qi reminded. Given his current cultivation base, it was basically impossible for that heavenly immortal to kill him in a single strike. Therefore, even if that heavenly immortal attacked again, Ning Qi would still be able to defend against it for a while and still have a chance to escape. However, Yingzhenxuan and the others wouldn't be able to do so. If that heavenly immortal were to attack them, he would definitely be able to kill them in a single strike. Yingzhenxuan nodded solemnly. Just as she was about to speak, the battle changed drastically again. The giant hammer suddenly emitted a chilling aura. Hundreds of yellowish-brown markings appeared around the giant hammer like snakes, extending to the arm of the ancient immortal. Over 100 traces of the Great Path? Linghu Yuanqiu and the others were taken aback. Following that, the ancient immortal's arm swung its giant hammer at the closest core disciples. "It's the mountain river Great Tao. It's extremely powerful, be careful." A brilliant light flashed across Linghu Yuanqiu's eyes. With a loud roar, he retreated several hundred meters backwards. It was already too late for those core disciples to escape. They could only take it head-on. Defensive immortal weapons of various grades appeared on their bodies. However, when these immortal weapons were struck by the giant hammer, they instantly shattered. Following that, the giant hammer landed on their bodies. Those core disciples from Wind and Cloud sect only had time to let out a miserable shriek. However, the true disciple of the Profound Sun sect only had time to let out a scream before his body was smashed into pieces and his soul was destroyed. At this moment, the ancient immortal's arm was holding the giant hammer. Its aura was a few times stronger than when it was first born. Senior brother. Junior brother. The core disciples of Wind and Cloud sect and Profound Sun sect couldn't help but exclaim. Their faces were pale. A dignified core disciple was killed just like that? This rebellious arm is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Everyone, don't fight it head-on. Exhaust it to death. After seeing the core disciple of Wind and Cloud sect being smashed to death by the giant hammer, Ling Hu Yuanqiu's expression changed slightly. Then, he calmly reminded the crowd. The ancient immortal's arm went from passive defense to active attack mode, smashing at the surrounding core disciples crazily. With Ling Hu Yuanqiu's reminder and the terrifying aura of the giant hammer, none of the core disciples chose to fight it head-on. Basically, they chose to dodge. Sure enough, the aura of the ancient immortal's arm was declining at a speed visible to the naked eye. The speed at which it swung the giant hammer had also slowed down significantly. Perhaps what Ling Hu Yuanqiu had said was true. The ancient immortal's arm was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Therefore, when it no longer attacked the core disciples, but the ordinary disciples of the nearby sects, the situation instantly became chaotic and out of control. Dozens of inner and outer sect disciples didn't even have time to scream before they were smashed to death by the ancient immortal's hammer. Seeing this, some of the nearby disciples felt their legs go soft and couldn't move. Some ran away quickly. Those who couldn't move naturally died under the hammer. The core disciples saw their own junior brothers being chased by the ancient immortal's arm, but they couldn't help. They didn't dare to get close to the ancient immortal's arm and could only wait for its spirituality to be exhausted. Run! Ling Hu Yuanqiu's voice exploded above their heads like thunder. Even without him saying it, everyone knew this logic. It was a pity that those who were targeted by the ancient immortal's arm basically couldn't escape the fate of being killed. This was because their speed was too slow compared to the ancient immortal's arm. Go! Seeing the ancient immortal's arm flying in his direction, Ning Qi wasn't sure if the arm could recognize his identity as an ancient immortal's descendant. Moreover, Yingzhen Xuan and the rest would definitely become its target. Therefore, he pulled them up and moved far away from the attack range of the ancient immortal's arm. Then, a few screams sounded. Another batch of sect disciples who couldn't escape in time died. It's not bad to let these guys consume the spirituality of the ancient immortal's arm. In the distance, Pei Kangol and the other true disciples of the Xianjian sect stood together and watched this scene coldly. The smart disciples of the Xianjian sect had already run behind them. Other than Pei Kangol, the other true disciples of the sects were basically the same. They watched the scene in front of them with serious expressions. This kid is here too? Pei Kangol suddenly saw the figures of Ning Qi and the others. His eyes moved slightly. At this time, the ancient immortal's arm was still a distance away from Ning Qi and the others. Just as Pei Kangol's mind flashed, thinking about how to lead the ancient immortal's arm in Ning Qi's direction and use it to help him vent his anger, his eyes suddenly landed on the void 100 feet behind Ning Qi and the others. Ordinary sect disciples might not be able to discover anything, but he did. The Immortal Clan's second-level sacred art, Scarlet Dragon Eye, could clearly see that there was an early-stage heaven immortal in the air, staring fiercely at Ning Qi's back. Chapter 2346. Ah! In less than 10 minutes, the surrounding scene had become like doomsday. The jungle had long been smashed into ruins by the giant hammers wielded by the ancient immortal arms. The ground was full of large and small potholes. Each pothole had a trace of blood in it. As for the corpses, they died under the giant hammers. Anything below that would basically turn into ashes, leaving no corpses behind. Junior brother Ning, the aura of the ancient immortal arm is already very weak. I think it won't be long before the legacy disciples suppress it. Ingzhen said lightly. I wonder who is lucky enough to obtain this Tao artifact? Du Xuaning said enviously. Murong Leiling and Xiang Lanyu looked at the ancient immortal's arm enviously. Unfortunately, they weren't even Earth immortals. No matter what, this Tao artifact wouldn't fall into the hands of a human immortal. Furthermore, with the cultivation of a human immortal, they probably didn't have the ability to refine a Tao artifact. Just as Ingzhen had said, the ancient immortal's arm's movements had already slowed down. Many existences that were supposed to be dead had managed to escape and were now watching from afar in fear. It's almost time. A sharp light flashed across Ling Hu Yuanxio's eyes. One by one, the other true disciples revealed looks of greed and began to size each other up. Even though they were from the same sect, they seemed to have become potential enemies. Just as the core disciples were waiting for the remnant spirituality on the ancient immortal's arm to disappear, a figure had already appeared behind Ning Qi. Boundless immortal Qi condensed into a huge fist that landed on Ning Qi's body. Ning Qi could not react in time. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying in the direction of the ancient immortal's arm. Ingzhen and the other three ladies were dumbfounded, as though they had yet to recover from the shock. It's that itinerant heavenly immortal. Ingzhen turned around furiously. However, the other party seemed to have hidden himself again after unleashing that attack. With Ingzhen cultivation, she couldn't find his position at all. He finally made his move. The corners of Pei Kangle's lips curled up slightly as he looked at Ning Qi gloatingly. Although his opponent's attack did not kill Ning Qi would definitely be killed by the ancient immortal's arm. This way, it would be easy for him to return to the sect. Otherwise, if someone wanted to slander him, he would probably have to waste a lot of words. Who is that? Revenge? The gazes of the heirs fell upon Ning Qi, their expressions somewhat strange. However, they didn't do anything. They just stared at Ning Qi indifferently. In their eyes, Ning Qi was already a dead man. If it was a celestial immortal, they would have chosen to act to prevent others from wanting to submit. He was robbed. It's Ning Beixian. When the Xianjian sect disciples behind Pei Kangle and the other four saw Ning Qi, they immediately reacted with different expressions. Amongst them, the inner and outer disciples of Dan Peak, Golden Sun Peak and Dajiang Peak were pleasantly surprised. Senior brother Ning is in danger. Xiang Blue Rain cried out in alarm. His eyes revealed a trace of unwillingness. He turned his head, as if he didn't want to see Ning Qi being smashed into minced meat by the giant hammer. No matter who you are, if you dare to attack my Xianjian sect's disciples, my moon-lacking peak will definitely not let you off. The existence behind you can't escape either. Ingzhen gritted her teeth and shouted at the void behind her. She was extremely furious. Oh, so it's a disciple of the Xianjian sect, but looking at his clothes. Oh, a sweeping disciple? Even a sweeping disciple has come to the ancient immortal secret realm? After hearing Ingzhen cold shout, a trace of curiosity appeared in Yo Haishi's eyes, and he muttered in a strange voice. Ah! How dare you injure my Yuan family's disciples? Today you will die. Far away, a middle-aged man saw this scene and couldn't help but laugh wildly in his heart. He was Yuan Long's father, Yuan Lai. Although the Yuan family's patriarch had warned him not to make a move personally, and it would be best if he didn't appear around Ning Qi to prevent others from getting hold of him, Yuan Lai still wanted to see Ning Qi die with his own eyes. Only then could he vent the hatred in his heart. In the blink of an eye, Ning Qi had already flown directly below the ancient immortal's arm. As long as the ancient immortal's arm lightly hammered him, he would be reduced to ashes. On Ning Qi's back there was a deep wound. It was caused by the opponent's giant fist condensed from immortal qi. Ning Qi had already lost a large chunk of his life points. If such an attack landed on him 7 or 8 times consecutively, his life points would definitely be depleted. At this moment, the ancient immortal's arm swung down, and the giant hammer that contained the great Tao of hundreds of mountains and rivers was about to land on Ning Qi's head. Seeing this, most people were expressionless. After all, many people had died under the hands of the giant hammer today. Even the Wind and Cloud sect and Mystic Sun sect had lost their direct disciples. Ning Qi was merely a human immortal full circle, and he couldn't do anything at all. Die. The corner of Pei Kangle's mouth curled up. But the next moment, his smile froze. When the giant hammer was an inch away from Ning Qi's head, it suddenly stopped, and didn't continue its attack. This scene shocked all the direct disciples, rogue cultivators, and ordinary sect disciples. Could it be that the ancient immortal's arm's spirituality had been completely depleted? A figure appeared in the distance, and looked at Ning Qi in shock. This kid still isn't dead? His eyes were filled with regret. If he knew this would happen, he would have taken the risk of being discovered by the direct disciples and killed Ning Qi with a few more blows. Now, if he attacked again, he was afraid that Pei Kangle and the others would stop him. In the distance, Yuan Lai's expression was exactly the same as the early heaven immortal assassin. He looked at Ning Qi in shock, and clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Ancient immortal? Clansman? A loud voice rang in Ning Qi's mind. The voice was neither male nor female, and sounded a little strange. Then, before Ning Qi could react, the ancient immortal's arm suddenly dissipated into the air. The giant hammer fell, and Ning Qi happened to catch it. As expected, the spirituality has dissipated. The direct disciples looked at each other and realized something. They thought that the ancient immortal's arm had gone through a long battle, and the remaining spirituality on it had dissipated, which was why it didn't kill Ning Qi. Bald brat, hand over the Tao weapon to us. Niu Haishi pointed at Ning Qi and shouted. As soon as he said this, everyone came to their senses. The Tao weapon that was being fought over by the direct disciples seemed to have fallen into the hands of a human immortal? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Numerous gazes fell onto Ning Qi in unison, and their gazes were slightly strange. There was no envy or jealousy in their eyes. As far as they were concerned, Ning Qi would never become the owner of this Tao artifact. In the end, the Tao artifact would fall into the hands of the various elite disciples, and then they could divide it among themselves or seize it. Ning Qi ignored Niu Haishi and looked behind Yingjin Xuan and the other girls, meeting the gaze of the heaven immortal who had attacked him. What is he trying to do? Chapter 2347. This guy. He can actually use this Tao artifact? Pei Kangle stared at Ning Qi in disbelief. The giant hammer in Ning Qi's hand was once again covered with hundreds of yellow lines. These lines were the great Tao of mountains and rivers. They had already spread from the handle of the giant hammer to Ning Qi's arm. At the same time, the giant hammer erupted with an even more terrifying aura than when it was first controlled by the ancient immortal's arm. An even more terrifying aura. Impossible. He didn't even refine it. Linghu Yuanqiu's eyes were filled with astonishment. A Tao artifact requires at least a few hundred years of refining by us celestial immortals to be able to use it, right? How can this kid use it the moment he grabs it? Could it be that this Tao artifact is so special that it doesn't need to be refined? The true disciples of the major sects stared at Ning Qi in shock. At the same time, an ominous feeling rose in their hearts. An ancient immortal's broken limb could already make the giant hammer display extraordinary strength, causing them to have no choice but to dodge. If this human immortal could really use this Tao artifact, wouldn't he be even stronger than the ancient immortal's broken limb? Ing Zhenshuan's eyes were filled with surprise. She never expected that not only did Ning Qi not die under the giant hammer at the last moment, he even obtained the giant hammer? Oh no! The early stage celestial immortal watched as the giant hammer fell on his head. His eyes were filled with horror. Then, he displayed all his defensive trump cards in an instant. There were shields and armors, all of which were decent quality immortal artifacts. However, these defensive Dharma treasures were as fragile as tofu in front of the giant hammer. It was as fragile as tofu, completely destroyed like a withered twig. Boom! The giant hammer landed heavily on the ground with a loud bang. A terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions like a tidal wave. The surrounding sky prides and the rogue celestial immortals all looked at Ning Qi solemnly. The blow just now had confirmed their hearts that Ning Qi could indeed use this Tao artifact. This guy seems to be a disciple of the Xianjian sect. I wonder if he can leave this place with this inferior grade artifact. Did you notice his clothes? He's just a disciple sweeping the floor. Why would those true disciples of the Xianjian sect let him take the Tao artifact? But he's destined to make a fortune today. Those true disciples will not mistreat him. The guy who was beaten just now seems to be a celestial immortal from Taisui Lane? Chun Ligong often appears in the Taisui Lane to do some business. I didn't expect to meet him in the ancient immortal secret realm. Judging from the sneak attack just now, it's very likely that Chun Ligong was the one who did it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to attack an early-stage sky immortal the moment he got his hands on the Tao treasure. A dignified early heavenly immortal ambushing a great circle human immortal? Who did that Xianjian sect disciple offend? Someone actually invited an early-stage heaven immortal to kill him. I wonder if Chun Ligong will still be alive after this. Ning Qi slowly lifted the giant hammer. Those with sharp eyes had already seen Chun Ligong's twisted body lying on the ground. He was not directly killed by the giant hammer, but his injuries should be very serious. Even if he did not die, he could not move. Tell me, who told you to kill me? Ning Qi looked at Chun Ligong indifferently. Chun Ligong opened his eyes with difficulty. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. At that moment, he thought he was going to die. Without waiting for him to speak, Pei Kangol and the other successor disciples had already slowly approached Ning Qi. Junior brother Ning, this Tao artifact is too dangerous in your hands. Why don't you give it to me first? Pei Kangol said with a forced smile. Pei Kangol, your Xianjian sect wants to take it all for yourself? We agreed that we would distribute it fairly. Niu Haishi said angrily. Don't worry, it's naturally a fair distribution. Ling Hu Yuanqiu laughed lightly, then looked at Ning Qi. Little brother, give the Tao artifact to us. What do you want? You can bring it up now. You know yourself, you can't take this Tao artifact away. Ning Qi frowned as he looked at Pei Kangol, then at Ling Hu Yuanqiu. Then, under everyone's astonished gazes, Ning Qi turned his head, lowered his eyes and looked at Chun Ligong. Speak, who told you to kill me? In the distance, when Yuan Lai saw this scene, he turned around and left without hesitation. His expression was extremely ugly. Regardless of whether Chun Ligong would sell him out or not, he had to pass this information back to his family first, and let the Yuan family's patriarch think of a way to deal with it, because he thought that if a sky immortal made a move, it would be a piece of cake. So when he invited Chun Ligong, he did not intentionally hide his identity. Cough cough, no one told me to kill you, you misunderstood, little brother. Chun Ligong glanced at Pei Kangol and the others, then smiled at Ning Qi. Perhaps because of his heavy injuries, He coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood as he spoke. Hey kid, didn't you hear what we said? Nyo Haishi frowned. Pei Kangol, this is a disciple of your Xianjian sect, you don't care? You can be arrogant after taking the Tao artifact? You don't even listen to senior brother Ling Hu's words? A direct disciple of the Wind and Cloud sect looked at Ning Qi coldly, then sneered at Pei Kangol and the others. Ning Beixian, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Pei Kangol said coldly. If you have the guts, then come over and die. Ning Qi suddenly waved his giant hammer and pointed it at Pei Kangol. This action caused the surrounding true disciples, who were slowly approaching, to subconsciously retreat 100 meters. In the end, they discovered that Ning Qi had no intention of attacking. Everyone looked at each other awkwardly. Their shame turned into anger. After all, they were all heaven immortals. But now, a direct disciple was scared to this extent by a human immortal full circle. It was truly embarrassing. You! Pei Kangol was furious. Boom! Ning Qi suddenly swung his hammer back, landing on Chen Ligong. He wanted to take the opportunity to escape, but was discovered by Ning Qi. The mountain river Tao on the giant hammer was originally of the strength attribute. It worked well with Ning Qi's physical strength. When he swung it, the power produced was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. If Ning Qi had used his full strength, just those 2 swings were enough to kill an ordinary early sky immortal. One could see how important a Tao artifact was to an immortal's combat strength. Everyone, let's wait for this kid to finish dealing with this matter first. He won't listen to anything you say now. Ling Hu Yuanqiu's voice rang in the ears of the direct disciples. They looked at each other, then fell silent, including the furious Pei Kangol. He lifted the giant hammer. Chen Ligong's lower body was already smashed into minced meat, and his upper body was even more twisted than before. His injuries were severe. Speak, who asked you to kill me? This is your last chance. If you don't speak, I'll turn you into ashes with my next hammer. Ning Qi looked at Chen Ligong coldly and said, You really won't kill me if I speak? Chen Ligong spoke with difficulty. The fear in his eyes was extremely thick. You have no room to bargain. If I feel that you're lying, I'll kill you with my hammer regardless of whether you speak or not. Ning Qi said calmly. Chapter 2348. Yuan Family? Before Pei Kangol and the other true disciples could react, the faces of the Dajiang Peak disciples behind them gradually became strange. They looked at each other, as if they had seen something in each other's eyes. Yuan Family? Taisui Lane Yuan Family? It was unknown when Ing Zhinshuan had arrived at Ning Qi's side. When she heard Chen Ligong mention the Yuan family, she thought for a few breaths and suddenly reacted. Her expression was ugly. That's right, it's the Taisui Lane Yuan family. They invited me to kill you. It has nothing to do with me. I'm just doing my job for money. Let me go. Chen Ligong nodded quickly. The Taisui Lane Yuan family is the family that Yuan Long came from. Ing Zhinshuan looked at Ning Qi. Yes. Ning Qi nodded lightly and a face appeared in his mind. Since Yuan Long had used the ancient demon poison to sneak up on others during the sect grand competition, it made sense that his family would hire someone to avenge him. After all, the kind of people raised. The Taisui Lane Yuan family seems to have disciples in the Xianjian sect? So this is internal strife? Pei Kangol, your Xianjian sect is really interesting. Forget about internal strife. You even asked a heaven immortal to sneak attack a sweeping disciple? Nyo Haishi couldn't help but look at Pei Kangol mockingly. The Dajiang Peak has an inner disciple called Yuan Long. He has good potential and had the chance to become a true disciple, but I heard that he was crippled by this kid. Now, he is only an early Earth immortal. Pei Kangol transmitted his voice to the other 4 true disciples. This matter was also told to him by the inner sect disciple of Dajiang Peak. If it wasn't for Yi Rulong and Jiang Kuan, Pei Kangol wouldn't have attacked Ningqi so easily. In the end, he even destroyed a Dao artifact. I've told you everything I know. Let me go. Chen Ligong looked at Ningqi in fear. In fact, he was afraid of the giant hammer in Ningqi's hand. There's one more thing you didn't tell me. Who is the Yuan family that invited you? Ningqi smiled. Yuan Lai. His son, Yuan Long, is an inner disciple of your Dajiang Peak. Can I leave now? Chen Ligong said everything in one go. Please go. Ningqi nodded lightly. Then, the giant hammer fell. You are shameless. Chen Ligong turned pale with fright. He only had time to let out an extremely resentful roar before he was ruthlessly smashed by the giant hammer. Boom, 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 boom. Ningqi swung his hammer again and again, as if he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to smash Chen Ligong to death. He didn't know how long he had been smashing Chen Ligong, but when all the surrounding disciples looked at him with fear, Ningqi finally stopped. He scanned the area with his divine sense, but Chen Ligong had already disappeared without a trace. Not even a wisp of his soul managed to escape. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing an early-stage Heaven Immortal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 achievement point. Ding! Dragon Slaying Mall Merit Tower opened, progress. 1%. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining 2 million Dragon Slayer crystals. Merit points? Merit Tower? Ningqi was slightly stunned. They were already in the immortal world, but the system still had new functions? Could it be that killing Chen Ligong, who was 2 ranks higher than him, had triggered some hidden attribute of the system? He scanned the area with his divine sense and found that there was indeed a merit tower in the dragon-slaying mall. However, it was still incomplete and the progress was only 1%. In his stats window, there was an additional achievement point under the Dragon Slayer crystals. It was currently at 1 point. Chen Ligong died in the hands of this human immortal. Who would have thought that he would die in the hands of a mere perfected human immortal? He had dominated the Taisui lane for so many years, killing countless human immortals, earth immortals and even heaven immortals. Now, he died in the hands of a mere perfected human immortal. This must be karma. A Dao artifact is truly a killing tool. A perfected human immortal can even kill an early-stage heaven immortal with it. If we can get our hands on this Dao artifact, we might be able to take on the Golden Immortal from the Wind and Cloud sect outside. The rogue cultivators and heaven immortals exchanged glances with one another, feeling restless again. Little brother, your enemy is also dead. Let's talk about who this Dao artifact belongs to? Ling Hu Yuanxiu smiled at Ningqi. Ning Beixian, Yuanlong hired someone to kill you. We will testify for you in front of the ancestral patriarch. Hand over the Dao artifact now. A direct disciple of the mystic sword sect beside Pei Kangol said. What are you waiting for? A mere disciple sweeping the floor wants to keep this Dao artifact for himself? Don't King dream. Pei Kangol said coldly. Ningqi smirked and looked at Pei Kangol's group. You guys want it? Come and take it. What are you talking for? SSS, the disciples of the major sects gasped and looked at Ningqi in disbelief. Does this guy really want to take this Dao artifact for himself? Everyone, there's no need to talk to this kid. Let's just take it. Pei Kangol snorted coldly and took the lead to fly towards Ningqi. However, after flying a few feet, he found that the rest of the people were not moving. Pei Kangol's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. His body stopped in midair, unable to advance or retreat. You don't dare to take it? Then I will accept this Dao artifact. Senior sister, let's go. Ningqi's eyes revealed a trace of mockery. He signaled to Ing Zhinshuan and walked away. The others on the road saw this and moved away, not daring to get close to Ning Qi. Hurry up and follow, Du Xuanning reminded the two girls. Murong Leiling and Xiang Lanyu recovered from the shock and quickly followed Ning Qi and Ing Zhenxuan. Kid, don't go. Niu Haishi couldn't hold it in anymore. He yelled and flew towards Ning Qi. Ning Qi swung his hammer and with a bang, Niu Haishi let out a miserable howl and was sent flying like a cannonball. The other direct disciples who wanted to take action put down their hands awkwardly when they saw this. Next, including Ling Hu Yuanqiu, no one dared to stop Ning Qi and the others from leaving. Are you letting him leave just like that? Brother Ling Hu, don't you guys want this Tao artifact? Pei Kangol suppressed his anger and said to Ling Hu Yuanqiu, I'm not even in a hurry. What are you in a hurry for? Isn't the one who took the Tao artifact a disciple of your mystic sword sect? Ling Hu Yuanqiu smiled faintly. Brother Ling Hu, have you thought of a way? Don't keep us in suspense. Tell us. Niu Haishi flew back in a sorry state. Everyone could clearly see that he had lost an arm. The seriousness in their eyes deepened. It was obvious that Ning Qi had not used his full strength when he killed Chen Ligong. It's simple. After the reincarnation is over, our sect's golden immortal will suppress him, and we will see how to distribute the Tao artifact. Chapter 2349. When Ning Qi left, quite a few rogue celestial immortals followed. Ling Hu Yuanqiu and the rest saw this, but they didn't do anything. They just looked at the rogue celestial immortals mockingly. Even Niu Haishi, a true disciple of the Mountain Destruction sect, was defeated by a single strike of the giant hammer. These rogue celestial immortals, who only cultivated rank 2 or 3 immortal arts and were far weaker than Niu Haishi, wanted to snatch the Tao artifact from him. What a joke. I think we should send someone to follow him and not make a move, in case something unexpected happens. Pei Kangol said happily. How about this? 1 person per sect. Perhaps there will be other Tao treasures appearing in the ancient immortal secret ground. Who knows? If we all follow behind him, those Tao treasures might be taken away by someone else. That's right. Ling Hu Yuanqiu smiled. That's right. The other 4 successor disciples of the Xianjian sect looked at each other, and then nodded their heads. Their peripheral vision all landed on Pei Kangol's body. Previously, Pei Kangol had sneakily taken away a lesser Tao artifact, and even they did not notice it. Junior apprentice brother Pei, you'll follow him this time. All right. Junior apprentice brother Ning, there are people following us. Ing Zhenxuan looked back from time to time. There were a few figures a few hundred feet behind them. Those guys all emitted the aura of the early celestial immortal stage, causing the 4 girls to shudder. If they like to follow, then let them follow. Ning Qi didn't turn back, but his spiritual will had already detected those greedy rogue cultivators and heavenly immortals. Even after seeing Blackstone's fate, they still dared to follow him. It could be said that humans die in pursuit of wealth, and birds die in pursuit of food. Let's see if they dared to act. Ning Qi didn't mind killing a few more celestial immortals to see if he could get any merit points. Killing Chen Ligong not only unlocked a new function of the system, the merit tower, but also a new attribute, the merit points. An early celestial immortal only gave 1 merit point. One didn't need to think too much to know how valuable it was. Perhaps the merit tower could exchange for something that wasn't available in the dragon slaying mall. That's right. With that Tao artifact, senior apprentice brother Ning isn't even afraid of true disciples. These ordinary celestial immortals won't be able to do anything. Du Xuanning and the other 2 girls heaved a sigh of relief. They no longer felt the pressure from the group of celestial immortals behind them. Rumble, there's movement over there. I wonder what it is. Ing Zhenxuan looked to the northwest. Go. Ning Qi and the others broke through the air. After flying for about 300 miles, they saw a pill cauldron spinning in the air. This cauldron's aura couldn't compare to old Lord Taishang's cauldron, but there was a strange fragrance coming from it. There might be some ancient immortal pills hidden inside. Ning Qi thought of a scene. An ancient immortal was in the middle of refining pills. Before he could keep the pills, he encountered a battle and died in the battle. Hence, the pill cauldron had been hidden here until today. When Ning Qi and the others arrived, there were already many sect disciples and rogue cultivators surrounding the place. They seemed to be afraid that the cauldron still had some kind of power left, so they didn't dare to make a move. The group of itinerant celestial immortals following behind Ning Qi looked hesitant. If it was any other time, they would have already attacked when they saw this scene. But now that Ning Qi was very close to the cauldron, they were afraid that their actions would provoke Ning Qi's attack. Based on the aura emitted by this cauldron, there might be Tier 4 to Tier 5 elixirs hidden inside. Pei Kangle's expression was grave. Damn it! Niu Haishi, who had lost an arm, gritted his teeth and stared at Ning Qi. He really wanted to snatch the cauldron, but he had some reservations. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have followed. The other core disciples had a look of regret in their eyes. The feeling of watching an ancient immortal pill fall into someone else's pocket was too unbearable. Soon, the cauldron's aura gradually retracted, and it slowly landed on the ground. The surrounding sect disciples rushed forward in a frenzy. With a thought, a giant hammer appeared in Ning Qi's hand. The aura of an inferior-grade Dao artifact immediately made those sect disciples turn to look. When they saw Ning Qi holding the giant hammer and charging towards them, they were almost scared out of their wits and scattered like birds and beasts. Ning Qi kept the cauldron into his spatial bag. Then, he left with Yingzhen and the others. The surrounding sect disciples could only grit their teeth and watch this scene in silence. This guy. Pei Kangle clenched his fists and stared coldly at Ning Qi. He swore to himself that he would make Ning Qi spit everything out after they got out of this place. Following that, a group of true disciples and a group of itinerant heaven immortals followed Ning Qi from afar. They watched helplessly as Ning Qi and the others plundered many primordial immortal pills, rare spirit herbs, and even 2 primordial immortal artifacts that had appeared in the ancient immortal mystic realm. They were both supreme-grade immortal artifacts. The demand for supreme-grade immortal artifacts among the disciples of various sects was not that bad. True disciples like Pei Kangle basically had a supreme-grade immortal artifact. But for the itinerant heaven immortals, the value of a supreme-grade immortal artifact was extremely high, even comparable to a human life. They were willing to risk their lives for a supreme-grade immortal artifact. Unfortunately, Ning Qi had an inferior-grade Dao artifact. They could only itinerant heaven immortals, but they did not dare to act rashly. A reincarnation cycle lasted for 30 years. This time, Ning Qi and the others had entered the ancient immortal mystic realm for less than a year, but the harvest was already extremely abundant. Even Du Xuening and the other 2 girls had snatched a lot of spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines because of Ning Qi. They were very satisfied with this trip. Pill tomb. Haha. I found a bottle of ancient immortal pills. Let's see how many there are. We'll split them. Shu, lower your voice. Be careful not to attract the bandits. A few inner disciples of Xianjian sects Pill Peak and Dajiang Peak gathered together and carefully prepared to open the porcelain bottle in their hands. At this moment, a terrifying aura appeared above their heads. Their expressions froze as they looked up, only to see Ning Qi holding a giant hammer and looking at them with a smile that was not a smile. Senior brothers, hand it over. Yingzhen and the other 3 approached them with a smile and extended their hands. Take it. The few of them looked at Ning Qi, then at Yingzhen, then expressionlessly threw the porcelain bottle in their hands over. Chapter 2350. Pei Kangol, this disciple of your mystic sword sect seems to hold a grudge? Nyo Haishi said with a strange expression. Humph! Pei Kangol snorted coldly and did not reply. However, there was a trace of fear in his eyes when he looked at Ning Qi. The other party was so vengeful, and he had a grudge with the other party before. Obviously, in the other party's heart, he was also a target for revenge. Fortunately, he was a true disciple and was not afraid of Ning Qi's revenge at all. When we return to the sect, without that Tao artifact, see how I teach you how to be a person. Pei Kangol thought sinisterly. The ancient immortal mystic realm was huge. Ning Qi brought Ying Jinshuan and the other 3 girls to the immortal tomb, pill tomb, and artifact tomb. They obtained quite a number of ancient immortal pills and immortal artifacts. Among them, there were 5 supreme-grade immortal artifacts. Such a harvest made the itinerant heavenly immortals gnash their teeth. Even Du Xuaning and the other 2 girls were secretly envious. However, they knew that these top-grade immortal artifacts had nothing to do with them. This was because Ning Qi had already casually thrown 3 high-grade immortal artifacts to them. To them, high-grade immortal artifacts were enough for them to use until the Earth Immortal Great Circle. Forget it, let's not follow him. This time, the movement in the ancient immortal secret realm is even more violent than before. In a short period of time, he actually took away 5 top-grade immortal artifacts. There are even more than 10 high-grade immortal artifacts. If we continue to follow, our losses will be even greater. That's right. The rogue cultivators gave up on following Ning Qi and disappeared one by one. If they continued to follow Ning Qi, they would not be able to do anything else. Instead, they would have to watch Ning Qi harvest a lot. Pei Kangol, I won't accompany you anymore. Nyo Haishi left behind these words and turned to leave. The rest of the true disciples looked at each other and left one by one. In the end, only Pei Kangol was left, unwillingly following Ning Qi. The great Tao of mountains and rivers on the mountain and river purple golden hammer is indeed another level of power. With my current cultivation, I can only borrow it and not truly comprehend it. The mountain and river purple golden hammer was the name of the hammer that Ning Qi was currently holding. This name was not given by Ning Qi, but because there were some blurry memories of the mountain and river purple golden hammer in his mind. It was probably the remnant spiritual memory of the mountain and river purple golden hammer when the arm of the ancient immortal dissipated. As a carrier, it entered Ning Qi's mind. During this period of time, other than using the mountain and river purple golden hammer, Ning Qi had also tried to sense the traces of the great Tao on it. He realized that with Ning Qi's current cultivation level, he couldn't even touch a corner of it, much less sense it. Ning Qi had asked Ying Jinshuan before. Only by breaking through the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal stage and reaching the Xian Immortal stage would he be able to do so? Only at that level could one comprehend the power of the Great Tao. The power of the Great Tao was much stronger than a pure celestial art. Moreover, it would enhance the power of the celestial art. Some celestial arts even required the corresponding power of the Great Tao to be used. All in all, according to Ying Jinshuan, the power of the Great Tao was much stronger than the immortal Qi, and there were many uses for it. For example, Tao artifacts were created by almighty figures who had comprehended the power of the Great Tao. Therefore, if one wanted to create a Tao artifact that belonged to them, one had to become a profound immortal at the very least. However, profound immortals were also divided into strong and weak ones. If one didn't comprehend enough power of the Great Tao, one wouldn't be able to imprint it onto a Tao artifact through artifact forging. That was because the grade of the Tao artifact that was forcefully created would be very low, becoming a substandard Tao artifact. In that case, the loss outweighed the gain. The ancestral star's Yuqing sect's patriarch was a profound immortal. Therefore, the Yuqing sect had the most substandard Tao artifact. The top few true disciples' substandard Tao artifacts were all bestowed by the Yuqing sect's patriarch. In other sects, only golden immortals could have substandard Tao artifacts. It had been more than 20 years since Ning Qi had first entered the ancient immortal mystery land. Other than the mountain and river purple golden hammer, he had no other clues related to the ancient immortals. The ancient immortal mystery land's abnormalities continued. Ancient immortal treasures and ancient immortal elixirs appeared everywhere. However, a true low-grade Tao artifact like the purple golden hammer was nowhere to be seen. Not even a substandard Tao artifact had appeared. Perhaps the time hasn't come yet. Ning Qi sighed inwardly. Junior brother Ning, let's think of a way to leave this place first, lest the wind cloud sect's golden immortals attack you. Ingzhinshuan transmitted. She had obtained quite a number of longevity pills and was very satisfied. It's simple. Ning Qi smiled. All of you step back. Ingzhinshuan was slightly taken aback, but she already knew what Ning Qi was planning. She gestured to Du Xuaning and the other two. When the four of them retreated far away, Ning Qi turned to Pei Kangle. Senior brother Pei, you've followed me for more than 20 years. Do you want to spar with me again? Ning Qi smiled. Pei Kangle's expression changed slightly. What was this kid trying to do? Attack him first? He wants to leave the ancient immortal secret realm early. Pei Kangle finally guessed Ning Qi's goal. However, Ning Qi would never leave such an obvious loophole. The corners of Pei Kangle's lips curled up slightly. The Wind and Cloud sect's golden immortal stationed outside has long since received the news and is waiting for you to leave. Junior brother Ning, I advise you to hand over that Tao item to me. That way, that golden immortal would definitely not dare to attack a legacy disciple without permission. But you're different. Because of this Tao artifact, you've obtained quite a number of immortal pills and ancient immortal artifacts. Among them, there are 5 supreme-grade immortal artifacts, right? If you can't use them, you can take them back to the sect and sell them. You'll have an endless amount of wealth. You can buy whatever pill you want. Isn't that enough to satisfy you? Is that so? That's my business. What does it have to do with you? Ning Qi smiled. So, you want to become my mortal enemy? Hee, I can't do anything to you in the ancient immortal secret realm now. But once you leave and are suppressed by the Wind Cloud sect's golden immortals, things will be different. Have you thought it through? Pei Kangle sneered. Take this. Ning Qi swung the mountain and river purple golden hammer and sped toward Pei Kangle. Seeing this, Pei Kangle turned and fled without hesitation. Damn it. I'll teach you a lesson when I leave this place. Pei Kangle cursed in his heart. Boom. A huge force suddenly landed on Pei Kangle's back. Pei Kangle was smashed into the ground with a look of shock. Even when he was hit, he did not understand how Ning Qi had caught up to him. Occasionally using 90,000-mile blink to kill people is not bad. Ning Qi raised the hammer with a faint smile and swung it down again. Pei Kangle's speed was already extremely fast for a human immortal. Even an earth immortal would find it difficult to catch up. He thought that Ning Qi would not be able to catch up to him, so he did not use his full strength. But he did not expect Ning Qi to know 90,000-mile blink. Boom boom boom. You dare kill me? Pei Kangle's furious roar came from below the hammer. Boom boom boom. Chapter 23:51. Did Senior Apprentice Brother Ning kill Senior Apprentice Brother Pei? This. Murong Leilang's eyes were filled with worry. Not only her, even Ingzhinshuan was worried. If Ning Qi really killed Pei Kangle, things would be bad. Ning Beixian. You're crazy. How are you going to explain this to the ancestor if you kill me? Pei Kangle roared. He had already reached his limit. If he was hit a few more times, the immortal qi in his body would not be able to withstand it. Moreover, His physical body had never cultivated any body-refining technique. At most, he would die after being hit a few times. The corner of Ning Chi's mouth curled up as he continued to swing the mountain and river purple-golden hammer. After 3 hits, the layer of shield formed by the immortal Chi on the surface of Pei Kangle's body instantly shattered. Pei Kangle stared at Ning Chi ferociously with a look of disbelief in his eyes. "He really wants to kill me? How dare he?" Pei Kangle roared in his heart because he saw a trace of undisguised killing intent in Ning Chi's eyes. Ning Chi was not joking. He really wanted to kill him. "Junior brother Ning, please stop," Ing Xuan hurriedly said. The status of a direct disciple of the sect was not to be underestimated. The death of one of them would cause a huge commotion. Even if the Xianjian ancestor didn't personally investigate, the Golden Immortal Elders would do it. If they found out that Ning Chi killed Pei Kangle, even the Moon Missing Peak would be implicated. "Senior sister, you said that this kid is vicious and holds grudges. Do you think that he will pretend that nothing happened when he returns to the Xianjian sect in the future?" Ning Chi smiled and transmitted a message to Ing Xuan. However, his hands didn't slow down at all. Pei Kangle's roars gradually became softer and quieter. Du Xuaning and the other 2 girls looked at this scene in horror. They couldn't believe it. Did Pei Kangle die just like that? Ing Xuan's expression changed slightly and a thoughtful look appeared in her eyes. Then, she turned to Du Xuaning and the other 2 girls and said, "I don't want to hear about what happened today from your mouths. Return to the Xianjian sect and leave your original peaks and join my moon-lacking peak. I, Ing Xuan, will not mistreat you, and neither will senior brother Ning. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape responsibility for senior brother Pei's death." Murong Leiling and Xiang Lan Yu looked at Ing Xuan in horror. They suddenly lost their minds and looked at Du Xuaning. Du Xuaning's expression gradually turned solemn. She glanced at Ning Chi, then at Ing Xuan. Finally, she gritted her teeth and nodded. "Senior sistering, as you said, the 3 of us will find a way to leave our respective peaks and join the missing moon peak. Alright, take these pills." Ing Xuan smiled faintly and threw a bottle of elixirs to the 3 of them. The 3 of them hurriedly caught it and opened it. Their eyes were filled with joy. Inside was a Tier 4 ancient immortal pill. It was extremely valuable. If he sold it, he could exchange it for several high-grade celestial artifacts. "You should have heard before that the spirit jade pills that my Moonless Peak distributes to the disciples are all first-stage top-grade," Ing Xuan said lightly. When the 3 girls heard this, their expressions changed. They then looked at Ing Xuan with anticipation. Junior brother Ning is an alchemist, and his alchemy skills are no worse than the grandmasters of the Stone River Pill sect. The first-stage top-grade spirit jade pills came from junior brother Ning. "As long as you stay in the missing moon peak, we will not mistreat you in terms of elixirs in the future," Ing Xuan said lightly. The 3 girls subconsciously looked at Ning Chi. Their eyes were filled with fear and a trace of admiration. They didn't expect senior brother Ning to be an alchemist who could refine first-stage top-grade spirit jade pills in addition to being extremely strong. Previously, they had only agreed to join the missing moon peak because of Ing Xuan's threat. Now that they thought about it carefully, they realized that they were not valued at all in their respective peak. Every year, they could only get 70 to 80 low-grade spirit jade pills. Compared to the missing moon peak, the treatment was like heaven and earth. Not to mention them. By following Ing Xuan and Ning Chi, they had already received many benefits. Each of them had a high-grade celestial artifact, and now, they had each received a bottle of Tier 4 ancient immortal pills. As for the other spiritual herbs that Ning Chi and Ing Xuan did not want, they had also received many. This time, it might be our lucky chance. Murong, Lan Yu, remember, when you return to the Xianjian sect, no matter who asks about this, say that you don't know anything. We are already in the same boat as the missing moon peak. Du Xuanning transmitted her voice. Hearing this, the two girls nodded, and a trace of determination appeared in their eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing an early-stage fairy immortal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 merit point. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 4 million dragon-slaying crystals. Compared to Chunligong, Pei Kangle's sin value was even higher. From this, it could be seen that he had done many shameful things in private. It was likely that the negative rumors about Pei Kangle in the Xianjian sect were all true. The number of fellow disciples who had died in his hands would only be more. Junior brother Ning, let's go. Yingzhen looked around solemnly. After making sure that no one had noticed the commotion, she immediately transmitted her voice to Ning Qi. But at this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from afar. There was also a flash of golden light. Looking at this momentum, it was very likely that a new Dao artifact had been born. After the loud noise, the mountain and river purple golden hammer in Ning Qi's hand suddenly moved, and directly carried Ning Qi in that direction. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. His palm seemed to be tightly sucked in by the mountain and river great Dao on the mountain and river purple golden hammer, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not let go. He could only involuntarily fly with the mountain and river purple golden hammer. Yingzhen and the other girls were slightly startled. They thought that Ning Qi had taken the initiative to fly in that direction, and could only follow closely behind. Not long after, everyone saw Ling Hu Yuanqiu and the other true disciples of the various sects, including the rogue heaven immortals, being chased by a hammer that was exactly the same as the mountain and river purple golden hammer in Ning Qi's hand. That hammer also had an ancient immortal's arm on it. This time, the ordinary sect disciples had already learned their lesson and did not approach the battlefield at all. The target of the hammer was naturally Ling Hu Yuanqiu and the others. This Dao artifact is the same as the previous one, and it's a pair. Everyone be careful. When the spiritual nature of that rebellious arm is exhausted, we will suppress it together. Ling Hu Yuanqiu's voice rang in everyone's ears. Needless to say, everyone could see that this hammer was exactly the same as the one in Ning Qi's hand. Even the great Dao markings on it were the same mountain and river great Dao. Damned ancient immortal rebel. Even in death, you still can't rest in peace. Just a broken arm and you still want to act like a tyrant? Hand over the Dao artifact obediently. The true disciples who were almost killed by the giant hammer could not help but curse. They knew that the ancient immortal's arm still had some spiritual nature left and could completely understand them. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.